Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining our live stream today. My name is Katisha Anderson. I am a senior program manager with Microsoft. I would like to welcome you to our very first Juneteenth celebration. Within the day, you will have the opportunity to join two different tracks, multiple speakers, and hear very inspiring messages regarding the Black experience in tech. To start, we will take 8 minutes and 46 seconds of silence, and then we'll come back and introduce our leader, keynote, and follow up from there. So for the next 8 minutes and 46 seconds, we will maintain silence. Thank you. Thank you again, everyone, for joining. Again, we appreciate you showing up today. I would now like to introduce you to our founder of this awesome Juneteenth celebration, Michael Brown. Michael.
Thank you, Kotisha, and thank you, everyone, for all of your support, all of your words of encouragement, and for joining us in this celebration of Juneteenth. It's been an amazing adventure bringing this together, and I hope that we all step from this conference encouraged, enlightened, and uplifted. As we all know, Juneteenth, well, maybe some don't know, but of course, according to some, no one knows about it. But Juneteenth is a celebration of the day the former slaves in Galveston were told they were free 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. It was the start of a long journey to where we are now, still fighting to receive acceptance of America as more than second-class citizens. We are encouraged by the support around the world for the Black Lives Matter movement. We are encouraged by the actual action taking place where mayors and governors and senators around the country are saying that it's time to fix what's wrong. We are excited for what lies ahead, but we know there's more to progress for our country and for ourselves. We are divided. It's not a partisanship. It's not Republican versus Democrat. This is civil rights. This is recognizing our humanity. And that's why we are fighting. But today is a time to celebrate where we are and how far we've come, knowing and looking forward to what lies ahead. We have an amazing lineup. So many talented speakers came forward to provide their insights, their encouragement, and their knowledge. And I am humbled and so thankful that so many people spoke up and showed out for us. Sorry, I froze there. We are looking forward to the rest of this conference and looking forward to the conversations that come out of it. First, I must thank, as I always have, the talented team of people who put in so much effort and energy to make sure this weekend was possible. And I want to thank all of you for coming so that we weren't speaking to an empty space. Enjoy the conference, and I look forward to talking to everyone in the days ahead.
Thank you so much, Michael. And as you mentioned, we do have amazing speakers, an amazing lineup today. I am excited about what this holds as a very first event. I think we will have a lot of questions and dialogue, which is healthy. So with that said, I would like to introduce you to our very first speaker. He organizes meetups, he speaks in prison, and he's using tech to transform cities. Our speaker has spent 10 years working in gas stations, liquor stores, and small retail. However, he knew that the path to tech was possible. He just didn't know how until a rapper changed his life. Introducing our speaker, Danny Thompson. Danny, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm beyond excited to be here tonight and today with all of you. One of the big reasons why I even wanted to do this conference was we have people, and you can see in the chat, we have people from all over the world that are now paying attention to Juneteenth. I grew up from very humble beginnings. I grew up, quote unquote, in the hood. And it was talked about there. And as I left, I realized this is not so spoken about in all communities. And I want to help in any way that I can make sure people all over the world recognize how important this day is. So one thing that I also want to stress is I don't dress up often. So I dress up for a job interview. I dress up for, special occasions, and I dressed up today. I half dressed up. As long as I don't stand up, I'm still dressed up, but I wanted to make sure that I show you the respect that I have for you even being here with us today. The reason why I got into tech was because of a rapper. This rapper was investing $10 million into a tech company, and he was being interviewed for that. And this kind of caught my attention. I was 30 years old at the time, and I realized I need to make a change in life. And of course, he was asked, why are you investing so much money into a tech company? And he said, I was learning how to code. Now, this amazed me because I didn't know coding was for the average individual. At that time in my life, I genuinely believed coding was strictly for the PhD holders and the rocket scientists of the world. It wasn't for an average person like me. The geniuses belong in that category. And so obviously he's not learning how to code to, get a job in tech. He's learning how to code because he wants to learn how to code. And his reasoning was profound. He said, why wouldn't I want to know how to code? Why wouldn't I want to have the basic understandings of the devices that I'm touching out of 90% out of my day? Like, we have a basic understanding of our body, right? If I get sick, I understand either A, I need to go to see a doctor, something is not right, or B, I can ride this out. Like, this is something I can handle. Or if my car makes a very weird sound, I know I need to take this to a mechanic. So why don't I have the same basic understandings out of this amazing machine that I'm touching all day long? Like, why is my understanding limited to YouTube.com and Internet Explorer and Chrome? Why don't I understand more? So he starts learning how to code, and so do I. And I get on freecodecamp.org, and that's exactly where I started. And on that day, and the only reason why I remember the day I started coding was I made a index card, and I wrote my goal down on an index card, and I put it on my wall next to my computer, because that was my commitment to myself that I will not stop learning after today. And I started in April of 2017, and I started learning how to code, and I just kept going. And I learned HTML and CSS and all that good stuff. And I start realizing that there's something called meetups. Meetups are a thing where you can go there and you can meet people from the industry at all levels. And I saw this online. I said, I need to go to one. And funny enough, I went to this meetup. And the only reason why I found out about a meetup in my city in Memphis was a friend of mine. His name is Lawrence Lockhart. And he made a post on Facebook talking about how he changed his life, and he was going to this meetup. So I go to this meetup, and at this time, I am basically, I know HTML, CSS. I made a very simple application where if you put the URL of an image, it returns it with some coloring on top. It's basically, at this point in my life, I can cure cancer with code, right? I got a crappy filter that I made, but I can cure cancer now. So I walk in this meetup, and I realize very quickly, oh, I don't know anything. I have these people in there talking about Java, C#, and it's a foreign language to me at this point. But now I'm hooked. I'm in there. My interest, I've just realized there's a whole breadth of knowledge that I didn't even know existed. So now I'm very interested in this. And I realized very quickly that I am excluded from this conversation. I am not included. And at that moment, I said, I will never be excluded from this conversation again. So I go home and I start pounding these books, and I'm studying and I start learning JavaScript, and I start learning ES6 functions. And I go to the next meetup. I said, well, do you know ES6 functions? Do you know an arrow function? And then I start studying some more and more and more. And then I say, oh, do you know how to look up a SQL query? Do you know how to look up a SQL table? Then I start learning more and more and more. And I said, well, do you know how you can do this in Java? Now I've been brought in this community of these amazing developers. And the most amazing thing about a meetup are these people want to share in your success. They understand your milestones and achievements. When I try to tell my wife or anyone in my family about something that I've created, they just kind of look at it, okay, yeah. They don't understand the amount of work and the challenges that are involved with trying to make these things happen. But a meetup, everyone knows what you're going through. Everyone knows how long it must have taken for you just to get this one button to work. Meetups can absolutely, in all ways, change your life. If it wasn't for meetups, I would not have changed my life. And one thing with that, I started going to these meetups and I asked the same question that everyone asks when they go to a meetup. How do I get that first job in tech? How do I break into this industry? I'm learning this thing. How do I get these jobs? And it was almost like a broken record that I heard the exact same thing over and over and over again. Oh man, that first job, woo! That first one, that's hard. But if you get that first one, every other job after that will become easy as can be. I thought this was the worst answer you could tell me, because not only have you demotivated and demoralized me, you've given me 0 action items to work on. You've given me no ways for me to improve my chances to land a job in tech. And then I realized, just scanning the room, that there were many other people that were asking the exact same question. How do I break in this industry? How do I get this job? And they got the exact same answer. I realized at that moment I need to take it upon myself to change the perception that it is the hardest thing in the world to get that first job. I need to create an environment and a network that will allow people to show that they're passionate about what they're doing, show that they're passionate about what they're learning, and land a job. So that is what I set out to do. I joined a meetup, and the group was called Code Connector, and they're a great group. And I started working with them. And the goal was to help bring our community together, and we were bringing resources and bringing an environment for people to network and talk and learn. And then that is how I started helping people land jobs. And then in October of last year, I started GDG Memphis, which is Google Developers Group Memphis. We're a group backed by Google developers. And at that meetup, that is when I started bringing more resources, more courses, to give out more learning resources to people that need it, because I realized we have so many talented people in underprivileged communities where they don't have the money to purchase courses. They don't have the ability to get these resources. So if we can give it to them and they can learn, we can change their outcomes, their incomes, and their abilities to change their own lives. So that is exactly what I focused on. Last year, I was able to help 44 people land their first jobs in tech. Eric Garner, I Can't Breathe. Failure in life to me was waking up every single morning and doing something that I just didn't want to do. And I just realized very quickly that I just cannot spend the rest of my life working these 80-hour weeks in a gas station and frying chicken. And that is all I was doing. And I realized I was 30 years old. I realized I'm at the bottom. I looked in the mirror and I had a conversation with myself where I said, okay, I'm at the bottom right now. Either I change and I turn left and change my life, or I turn right and I stay in this position forever. And it is up to me. It is my own bearing of what I do. No one is entitled to change my life. It is my dream. It is my choice. I can't look for validation in others. I can't go to someone saying, this is my dream, and hope that they see the exact same thing that I see. I can't hope that they believe in me the way I believe in myself. I have a vision, and I just had to go for it. And I just started learning, and I learned, and I learned. And I remember in the beginning, I started telling people, oh, I'm gonna start learning how to code. And you know how you make a change and people are like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, go ahead, go learn how to code. That's awesome. And then you start getting good at something. You start making progress. You start making traction. That support quickly turns into jealousy. And now they're trying to pull you back down. Oh, you can't code. Coding is not for people like us. Coding is not for people like us in a gas station. Coding is for those smart people. You're right. Coding isn't for people like us. It's for me. This is my path. I don't need your validation to chase after this dream I have. I have a vision and I'm going after it. I will not allow you to end my dream. I will not allow you to pull me back down. Haters, as you rise, they try to rise with you just to pull you back down. They don't want your success. If you start developing haters, that just means you're literally doing something right. that just means you're making progress in the best ways possible. Allow those haters to come. I feed off those haters. They're my motivation. If I don't have enough haters, that means I'm not doing enough right. I need to keep going and keep grinding and keep going. Understand, you need to change your shoulds to have tos. I kept saying for a long time, I should learn a code. I should change my life. I should go do this. I should. I always say, the coulda, shoulda, wouldas, and I never did anything. Once I made coding, I have to learn how to code. I have to get this job in tech. I moved mountains to make this possible. I developed this vision. If you could see the same vision that I see, you would do the same things that I do. And I tell that to people all the time. I wake up consistently 4 o'clock in the morning to study, to prepare, to grow. I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, not because it's fun to wake up 4. I hate mornings. When I wake up at 4, my family wakes up at 7. That gives me 3 hours that are uninterrupted in every way possible to reach whatever I'm trying to reach. Now, I'm not saying it's time for you to start waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock is just a number on the clock. It means nothing. It's arbitrary. My 4 o'clock could be your 7 o'clock. My 4 o'clock could be your 10 p.m. All I'm saying is you need to find the most productive hours in your day and make sure you utilize them so you can reach exactly whatever you're trying to reach. And I don't care if you're a senior developer. I don't care if you're an aspiring developer. We all need those hours of productivity. I always say to be a developer is to go on a lifelong journey of learning. And the other thing for me is I know that we all have greatness in us. Every single one of us have greatness in us. For whatever reason, we've come up with this concept where greatness is an item that only belongs to a select few, like the celebrities, the workout gurus, the geniuses of the world. But greatness is as common as breathing. It is in all of us. Haven't you noticed when you reach some like monumental level, you've just achieved your greatness? So stop looking at this person. Oh, they're great. You're discounting their success and you're allowing your own success to be discounted. Stop doing that. You have greatness in you. You just need to remember it, to tap into it. Tap into it and reach the levels that you want to reach. You will absolutely do amazing things if you allow yourself to do it. You will absolutely touch a new level if you allow yourself to do it. Stop getting in your own way. There are so many times where we'll get in our own way. Even for me, for years, my wife would tell me, you're way better than frying chicken. You're way better than ringing up customers. And I gotta say, I never went to college. I don't have a degree. I don't come from an educational background. I grew up in the hood. These people don't want me. They don't want someone like me. And I allowed myself to stop myself. Once I moved that obstacle, nothing in the universe could have stopped me at that point. I would allow nothing to stop me. I saw my vision. I created my vision. And I said, I'm going straight for it. I'm going to win. I'm going to make my dream come true, because the thing about a dream, it is unobtainable. But if you take your dream and put a date next to it, you just made a goal. Now I'm going to drink some water, and I have a very manly cup. So excuse me for a second. You know how some people act when I start drinking water, they start freaking out. Oh, you're taking a break. No. Greatness is not new. Greatness is not unique. Greatness is in all of us. You can be phenomenal if you want to. You can do anything that you want to. And remember something. Life is so incredibly short. You are here today and you could be gone today. You could be here today and be gone tomorrow. We can go at any moment. And that is what kind of clicked for me. My entire life, I was focused on how can I work the hardest? How can I bring home the most amount of money? How can I do whatever I need to do? And something clicked, and maybe it's getting older. I don't know. It's an epiphany moment. But I am no longer obsessed with the idea of making as much money as I can. I am obsessed with trying to leave this world in a little better shape than the way I found it. The only guarantee I have for every single person watching this, every single person viewing these clips later on, and for myself, that we will all leave this universe one way or another. There's no way around it, and we will not go gracefully. It will be a very interesting experience and be the last experience. I don't care how rich you are, how poor you are, you're going to go the same way. So why don't we utilize some of these efforts to help raise others? I always say, if you're not helping someone else change their life, then you're not doing something profound. And I'm a big believer in your life will become better by changing another life. I cannot tell you how much joy, how much passion, and how addicting it became to help the very first person land their first job in tech. They had tears well up in their eyes, and I realized at that moment, nothing mattered more to this person than achieving what they just achieved. And nothing mattered to me in that moment than watching their success and celebrating it with them. If we help others change their lives, we're making an economic shift. We're changing the outcome of our communities. That is why I do meetups. We're providing resources. We're providing groups. Memphis has some of the lowest cost of living in the country, and we have some areas that have some of the lowest earners in the country. We have an area in particular where the household average income is $18,000 per household, not per person, per household. The top 3 most common jobs in that area are a restaurant worker, retail worker, and bus driver. If I can take one person, provide them the learning resources, provide them community, help them learn what they need to learn, we will absolutely change that person's life. We can now take that person, put them in a developer job where they're making $80,000 a year. They're now generating 4.5 times the average household income in that area. If I can get 20 people from that same area, we just changed the neighborhood. That person now has more expendable income. They have more resources. Well, guess what? They're also in a new tax bracket. Now the schools are getting more resources. Now the children are benefiting off of that one person changing their life. We're changing the neighborhood, and we're giving resources to the one communities that need it the most. If we can take these people, and even if they don't become developers, I always say it's important to learn programming, even if you're not going to become a developer, because it gives you a unique way to approach problems. You're breaking down problems in ways most other jobs do not bring you those abilities for. For example, you could take this into construction. I speak at prisons quite often, and I was speaking at a prison not too long ago, and I said, you're learning how to code. You're learning a unique set of skills, but you're also learning how to problem solve. What if you don't get a job in programming? Let's say you get a job in retail. Well, now you know I need to build this merchandising display. Well, now you know, well, let me break it down. Instead of saying I need a display, well, I need the base, I need the midsection, I need the stack, I need the overall appearance. You've just broken that down into a way you normally wouldn't break that down. If we can change these communities, we can change and bring an economic boost to our cities. So for me, Memphis, I helped 44 people in the first jobs in tech last year. I helped 24 this year. I was on track to be, but coronavirus popped up out of nowhere. We weren't expecting that. But 44 people, that's almost $400,000 in economic development that we were able to bring to our community. That money can now change all, I'm sorry, 400,000. I don't know why I said that. $4 million in economic development. That is $4 million that didn't exist in these communities, that they now have purchasing power. They now have buying power. They can spend that money in their local markets. This money is going to circulate. It's going to build up these communities. And the one way to change that, the one way to bring that change is by learning resources. And another thing we need to bring, they don't need just the learning resources. They need financial literacy. I've noticed I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up in a very poor area. Financial literacy was not spoken about. To my mother to this day, she says, "Oh, 401k, that's the stock market. That's for rich folks to lose their money." These concepts need to be broken down and explained so people in these communities, even if they are earning a lower income than others, can start saving for the future. Social Security should not be the number one retirement goal. It is not sustainable. It's very likely it won't be around by the time we reach there. We need to make sure we are explaining and teaching people how to make their money multiply. And the only way we're going to do that, financial literacy. And it brings it back to the same point. When I was frying chicken, there was zero financial literacy. When I was frying chicken, no one explained to me that I need to be setting aside 5%, 10% of my income. And then I started growing out of that, and someone said to me, well, you need to make an emergency fund. Take 10% of your income and save it for emergencies. Stock up 6 months worth of your bills. And if you do that, if you get fired, you'll be able to survive. I said, that's a good idea. So I started doing that. And then from there, I said, okay, now I'm making more money. I'm in a programming position. I'm definitely making more money than frying chicken. And so now I go say, okay, I'm a developer now. My company is giving me stock options. My company is giving me a 401k. What are these things? If we do not educate people on how to save and make their money multiply, they will continue to go down the exact same path that they know about. There are certain privileged communities where this is common knowledge within the family. The families are teaching this to their children at younger ages because this is something they're doing and they know about. We need to educate all of our communities on financial literacy so they share this as a very important and growing item for their children while they're in their junior high school years and their high school years. Because once they do that, you reach 18, you're going to start saving. You get that first job, you're going to start saving. And I always say, and that's the one, it reminds me of this. I always say, I wish I knew about financial literacy. I wish I knew about coding when I was younger. And I would say, I wish I knew this. If I knew this back then, I would be so successful now. Well, it didn't happen that way. I didn't know about coding. So am I going to allow that to stop me from reaching every single level that I want to reach now? Is that going to stop me from making sure that I make sure my family's taken care of? Am I going to make sure that my child is taken care of, or the children in my community? Tamir Rice. And am I going to make sure that I do everything within my power to reach where I need to reach? Remember, life is incredibly short. You can start saving today and it might not be enough time, so start now. And one important thing, don't cap your success. By capping your success, you are stopping yourself from reaching the levels you want to reach. And I always say, don't make your goals small. And if you say, I want to make $1 million, I guarantee you will make $1 million, but you won't make $1.5 million. You won't make $2 million. You won't go past that. I never had the goal of becoming a junior developer. My goal was to be the best developer I could be. I want to solve problems. I want to come up with solutions. And I said, I'm not going to be a junior developer. I'm not going to be an entry-level developer. I'm going to be the best developer I could be. And so, of course, in order to be the best developer I could be, of course, junior and entry are going to come. They're natural stepping stones. They came, I got it, and within no time, I was promoted from that position. I see so many people just say, I wish to be a junior developer. I wish to be a junior developer. They get the junior developer, they get that first taste of success, and then they quit. And you quit because you got exactly what you wanted. You set your bar so low that you didn't see anything past that. You stopped striving and you stopped that passion that you had. Keep that passion in your heart. If you keep the passion in your heart, you continue to strive and hit new levels. Stop. I always say, when a person is hungry, they will do anything within the realm of reality to achieve what they need. They want to get a meal. They'll do anything possible to get that meal. When you are satisfied, you almost hit a state where you're too content to go past an uncomfortable level. Do not allow yourself to get too comfortable, because when haven't you noticed in the morning you're so cozy, you don't want to get out of bed? It's almost like it's a fight to get out. Very same concept here. You have to allow yourself to become influenced by being uncomfortable. When you are uncomfortable, you will do anything to become comfortable. So for me, my goalpost constantly moves before I even reach there. I will not allow myself to reach my goal easily. And here's another thing. You need to have very big goals. Make your goals so big that you get excited when you think about them. Philando Castile, you said you weren't going to shoot. Make your goals so big that when you look at them, you get excited. I get out of bed 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not fighting to get out of bed 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going, 4 a.m. I'm excited saying 3 hours right now that I'm going to dedicate towards getting towards my goal. It took me 8 months, and I was able to just a couple days ago, I was able to give Black Girls Code $1,000 in learning resources. That has been a goal of mine since October of last year. You need to make these goals big. Now, I'm not a company. $1,000 is a lot of money to me. $1,000 is a lot of money to a lot of people. That can impact so many women learning how to code, so many girls learning how to code and change their future. we need to make sure we're doing something to leave an impact in our communities, because one ripple can make a huge change. And that's what I say. We need to make so many ripples that the wave of change is so overwhelming that no one can turn it down, that no one can even underestimate the power that we bring to the table. And if you surround yourself with a community of like-minded individuals, can you imagine how strong that change would be? I always say we have strong buying power in our communities. If we team together, the ripple effect that creates for people is so overwhelming that they bend to whatever you're asking them to do. But it needs to be that for everything besides just activism. We need to say we need to bring more learning resources. We need to bring more opportunities. We need to bring more jobs. Bringing those things, and you bring your whole community around you, you can make change that is so lasting that grandchildren will feel that change. That is how we lift our communities from being $14,000, $15,000, $18,000 households to $100,000, $120,000, $150,000 households. It's okay if you get a job for 50 grand and your spouse gets a job for 50 grand. Your household is now generating 5.5 times the household income it was generating 2 years ago, 3 years ago. You're going to land somewhere in 2025. You're going to land somewhere. I don't know where. You don't know where. But you can make the decisions now that you will land anywhere in June of 2025. And you can make those moves now. Make the moves now that you in 5 years from now will thank you for making these decisions on Juneteenth. Thank you for changing our outcome. Thank you for thinking about us, Botham Jean. Thank you for thinking about everything that you can change here. You can change your life, your children's life, your mother's life, your parents' life. And the only way you're going to do that is discovering the reason why you're doing something, your why. What is your why? What is the thing that's powering this move? And you could say, oh, it's to, make a paycheck. Paycheck is not a why. You can get a paycheck from anywhere. Is your passion coming from, I want to change my life? Is my passion coming from, I want to change the outcome for my spouse? I want to change the living standards for my children. I want to change the living standards for my mother and father. I want to go from riding on a bus and riding on a train to driving my own car. I want to stop eating from the dollar store and I want to go shop at Kroger. I want to go shop at Superlow. I want to go shop at all these big stores. I want to change my circumstances. Now that's a why. If you know your why, the how is easy. It doesn't matter how you're going to do it. It doesn't matter if you need to stay up for 3 days in a row. And it doesn't matter if you need to keep studying. None of that matters once you have that passion to actually achieve what you want to achieve. That is the difference. Understand and realize why you're doing something. Breonna Taylor, she just got off from work. Haters are going to follow you. Haters are going to try and stop you. Do not allow them to pull you down. Do not allow them to stop you. And don't allow yourself to be your own hater. We're our own worst enemy. Keep your vision so strong, so profound that nothing can allow you to stop yourself. Because I remember I would talk to myself and talk myself out of every single conversation. I would talk myself out of everything that I could do. Don't allow yourself to do that. You don't need to do that. We're our own worst enemy, but we're our own best coach. We can give ourselves the motivation, ideas that we need. Haven't you? And that's one thing that people need to do. You need to have a conversation with yourself. You need to talk to yourself. Haven't you ever gone on a drive somewhere, you just stared out the window and you started coming up with images like, oh, if I was in a music video and I'd be doing this right now and this song would be playing. You need to do the same thing with your life. How are you going to change it? What is going to be the outcome? What are you going to look like when you're 40? What are you going to look like when you're 60? What are you going to look like when you're 25? These things can absolutely change. And I always tell people, tech is amazing for one thing, because regardless of your age, you can make an impact here. I work with a 22-year-old. I started learning how to code at 30. My best friend, well, not best friend, my closest friend, best friend, he's 49 in tech. And I met an amazing, phenomenal 60-year-old who was working as a front-end engineer. You can change your life in any way that you want, but you have to remove all of the, it's not for me, it's not for me. Stop being afraid to fail. I love failing. Failure to me just means I'm removing one obstacle on my path to success. If it doesn't work, cool. I realize it didn't work and I'm still headed down my way. Stop allowing yourself to be afraid of failing. Here's my guarantee to you right now, and I don't care how old you are. You're going to fail at least 100 times more before you end your career. You're going to fail at least 100 times more before your time comes. You are going to fail. Guarantee it. So stop being afraid now. Now you know. Surprise, it's gone. You're going to fail. Stop allowing the failure and the fear of failure to hold you back. Because I've seen so many phenomenal, incredible people learning how to code. And as soon as they fail, oh, this ain't for me. Time to go back to working as a barista. Time to go back to working at the restaurant. Time to go back to working at the gas station. Don't allow that fear to take over you. When I was working at the gas station, I was working 80 plus hours a week. Matter of fact, when my son was born, I worked 102 hours a week. And I worked hard enough just to still be broke. I worked hard enough to still be depressed when I looked at my paycheck. I worked hard enough to literally look at that and say, I still need to work. And when I made my change, I was waking up 2:30 in the morning to study before going to work because I didn't have the hours. It just didn't exist in my life. I wish it did. I wish I could tell you I was studying at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It just wasn't there. I had to create the hours. Create whatever hours whenever you need it. Only reason why I stick to the mornings, I realize I don't retain as much information as I do at night than I do in the morning. For whatever reason, when my brain is fresh, it's absorbing, it's pulling it in, it's taking in all that information and keeping it. It helps me retain more. Find out what works for you and keep doing it. Keep going. You don't have to stop. One big thing that I also say, don't allow your what ifs or your shoulda, woulda, couldas to say anything about you. It's okay if you're a little late to the game. It's okay that you didn't do this the time period that you wanted to do it. It's okay. I'm letting you know now. It's okay. Ahmaud Arbery. It's okay. You can breathe. You can go. You can keep producing any single thing that you want. You can bring, and I always say this, I was stuck in that gas station. I didn't believe anything was there for me besides that. I was not born to fried chicken. You are not born to work in circumstances that you don't want to work in. Even if you're a developer, you're not born to work in a company that doesn't respect you. Your life was not brought to fruition. My life wasn't brought to fruition to do something arbitrary that I don't want to do. I'm going to do exactly what I want to do. I'm going to produce the things that I need to produce, and I'm going to give myself and my family exactly what we need. I'm going to be where I belong. I'm not going to allow anything to dissuade me. I'm not going to allow anything to choose my destiny for me besides myself. You are not going to allow anything to dissuade you. You absolutely got this. And I remember so many times I would talk to myself. And, imposter syndrome is real. And I think a lot of people doubt it's real until they get faced with it. Burnout is real. I always say, don't burn yourself out, because the recovery takes way longer than just pulling back for a couple of days. If you feel yourself going, pull back. Haven't you noticed, like on a slingshot or like a catapult, you have that tension, and that tension just means you're going to fling yourself, right? Pull yourself back. Allow that tension, and it'll catapult you to the next level. But what happens, don't get too comfortable in pulling yourself back, because when something is held in tension for too long, the tension turns into slack. The elastic loses its elasticity, and it's not going to fling you now. So keep your balance. Take your time. The reason why I keep my goals on my wall over here between my TV and my computer, they face me. I have to see them. So if I'm going to say I'm going to watch Netflix, I'm going to binge watch 8 episodes. Do I really want to spend 8 hours? Am I close enough to my goals to spend 8 hours just watching TV? Or can I have my downtime, watch 2 episodes, and now spend this next 6 hours making a better version of myself, changing the life from my children, changing the life from my wife, changing the life from my mother? Those 6 hours can produce so much. You can achieve so much in that time period. And imposter syndrome, I had imposter syndrome 5 minutes before doing this. I remember talking to someone and I said, we're about to find out together if this talk is going to be good or bad. I get nervous. Even when I talk at these prisons, I'm talking to these prisoners. They have nothing. They're in circumstances where they're learning how to code. They don't have internet, so they can't look up a problem. Only person with internet access is the instructor. They are so passionate. They're going through these circumstances with limited resources to change their lives. And the reason why I'm so passionate about talking to prisoners that are learning how to code, prisoners that learn how to code, their recidivism rate, their revisit rate to a prison drops to almost zero. It's that concept of if you teach a man to fish or teach a woman to fish, they can eat for a day. No, if you give them a fish, they can eat for a day. But if you teach them to fish, they can eat for life. You're giving them a tangible, realistic tool that they can change their life with. Even there's many companies that don't hire prisoners, and we understand. We can't force you to change that. But if they can't find a job, they can freelance. They can now provide an income. Now they're not even turned on or attracted to doing drugs or gang violence or going into these bad circumstances that landed them where they were, or even bad influences. A lot of people don't make violent crimes to land in jail. You could do something stupid and land in there, or you could be accused falsely, and now you need a way to change that up. So make sure you're paying attention to anything in that respect. You can change your life. And remember, I had to talk myself out from my imposter syndrome. I used to tell myself all the time when I'm trying to find a job, you're nothing. You came from nothing. You're going to be nothing. You work in a gas station. You're going to die in a gas station. They don't want a professional chicken fryer. They want a programmer. They don't want you. You'll never make it. Or you're going to interview and you smell like fried chicken. They could see right through you. They don't want you. They could see right through. Go back to where you belong. My doubts, my imposter syndrome, all my haters. I made it. I'm Danny Thompson, and I'm a software engineer. Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up to do a Q&A real fast.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Danny. That was just, oh my gosh, all the nuggets that you dropped, the wisdom here. I am so inspired and so motivated. I loved every single topic, and especially when you talk about changing the communities and how when we create that change in the community, we're changing the world bit by bit. And sometimes the small efforts don't seem big enough, but just little steps really take us to that level of empowering and changing an entire city, an entire country. So I don't see the Q&A just yet. Are there any questions from the live comments that we have online? I'm just monitoring now.
Look as well.
If not, then I'll just pivot on your point about success. You said don't cap your success is one of your main things. Yes. And from your experience, what was one of the things that you did to kind of overcome that? Because I think a lot of people have experienced that. You set your level and you may set it too low. How do you change and pivot if you have put a cap on it? Then what are some of the things that you can do to really remove that and pivot?
So when you cap your success, the first thing is you have to recognize that. You have to recognize that your goal is so small. And the other thing with that is you need, and this is the one thing that changed my life, you have to keep your goals so big that you get excited by them. Like I've got goals on my wall right now, and some I don't want to share because I'm a big believer in if you keep talking about your goals, nobody cares. They care about what you've actually done. Let your actions speak volumes for you. Eric Garner, I can't breathe. And the reason for that is if your goals are so big, like for example, one goal was for me $1,000 for a Black Girls Code. That's a lot of money for me. I had to do a lot to get those learning resources for those girls. I know and I'm a big believer in positive impact creates more positive impact. These girls are going to learn and they're going to produce something so profound that it's going to affect lives. I know it. I feel it. If you've seen the passion these girls have, and that is why I'm so passionate about giving resources to our underserved communities, their passion is infectious. It's like a fire, and we're just spreading the embers. I've seen so many phenomenal things come out of these communities, And if we give them the opportunity, they're going to do some amazing things. So, but the problem is their goals are so small because they know they're pigeonholed into this category. Once you start saying you don't need to look at the small goal anymore, raise it. That's when they start reaching new levels of success. You have to raise your levels.
Awesome. Thank you again so much. And I think that was just a great point to pivot and to end on. Thank you guys for joining us. We will have our next session starting here in a bit. And thank you again, Danny. I can't say enough how grateful we are for you sharing your experience and your life journey and really inspiring us and motivating us to do more. You know, we don't recognize the effort or the impact that we have within us. And like, let's start small, because small becomes big. It grows. Thank you again.
The one last thing I would want to say is I thank everyone for having me here, and George Floyd, I can't breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
Hi everyone, happy Juneteenth. I'm Ayodele Odabella, and I'm excited to be talking about bias in machine learning with you guys today. Hi everyone, I'm Ayodele Odabella, and I'm excited to be talking to you guys about bias in machine learning today. So let's set a basis about what bias really is. There's two kinds of definitions, and there's a technical definition in machine learning that has to do with error rates, but the way we'll be referencing bias for the rest of this talk is going to be how we see it in society, so the prejudice in favor of one group over another. The reason that this is an important distinction is that the bias that is in society is actually encoded in our data, and it's not the same as the bias when we're talking about building like neural networks. So digging a little bit deeper into this societal bias, there's two ways we can think about it, and that's explicit and implicit bias. Explicit bias is those things that are easier to spot. They're on the outside and things that are just our beliefs in general about specific groups. But implicit bias is more insidious in that it can really influence our behaviors, and it's a lot harder for us to understand. So a lot of the factors that impact implicit bias are your environment, the people around you, whether or not you are in a diverse area or not. A lot of those things impact implicit bias. And since those are harder to point out within ourselves, it's so much harder to point out within data. The reason that's a problem, though, is that every single bias that's held inside of our training data is going to be perpetuated by the models we create based off of it. So you're seeing some examples that you may have heard of in the news recently about bias impacting Black people specifically. And it's crazy because I did this talk a year ago, and I was covering a whole different slew of algorithms that have impacted us negatively. And now we're still seeing these same algorithms not really getting an overhaul or an audit. So just by drawing more attention to this issue and hopefully inspiring more of you guys to work in machine learning, that we'll maybe try and see some change hopefully soon. So the biggest factor here is awareness. I think one of the big reasons that this bias is perpetuated by these models is the fact that so many data scientists and engineers are just unaware of the bias that's within our data. If you're not, if from a really heavy statistical background, it's not super obvious that we need to be stratifying our sampling data sets and our training data based off of the demographics and trying to match those to what we see in real life. That's a huge problem, especially because we know that facial recognition is one of the areas that severely impacts people. It's one of the areas that severely impacts Black people, especially the darker we are. But at the same time, so many of these training data sets focus on, they're not skewed intentionally, but if we're looking at like IMDb data, we know that the vast majority of actors in Hollywood are white and male. So that bias is going to be impacted by every single model that uses that data to train. So a couple of ways that we can start to fix this is really by documenting our data sets better. In industry, we are horrible about this. It's easy because it's perpetuated by boot camps and by grad school that you should just be able to pick up a data set and start playing with it. But the problem is we're never really critiquing who created that data, the sampling methods for that data, so many factors that actually influence the data we have, we're not trained to inspect. And on top of that, those are the areas that are harder to find later on. So if we do end up using specific data for modeling, and then we find out later that there were biased survey results. They did not send surveys to people in specific zip codes. So many times in industry, we're not going back to correct these models. So I think by starting off with better data set documentation, it'll just be so much easier going forward. And especially if we use projects based off of these public data sets, we're not, there's no standard for how they're compiled. There is no ethical standard or requirements they must meet. So as practitioners and as people who care about how bias affects Black people, we need to be pushing big companies to be more transparent about how they get their data and how it was collected. Another area that is obviously controversial is sexuality and gender detection. I think it should be obvious that this is not something we want to use machine learning to predict. Not only is this going to be wildly inaccurate and in most cases kind of a useless use case, we have to understand that it's in some aspects just unethical. So I have even in the past been asked to try and predict people's gender based off of their names. And as someone who has a unisex name, it was important to me to highlight a lot of the issues there. And I understand how if you're trying to market your app or if you're trying to build a business strategy, these might be important insights to know, but we need to know when to say no to using machine learning models for this. And another hot topic that's been in the news, it has been facial recognition. So it has failed at identifying people of color. It's not just that the facial recognition is bad, it's that it's being used and being sold to police departments who have this racist history of surveilling us and policing us unfairly. Another way that facial recognition has boomed recently is in flight boarding. So I find this very frustrating. Not necessarily that it's a product I've used, but we probably should not be doing this use case with machine learning. There are so many reasons why, and I think only one sliver of it is that it's inaccurate for Black people, but there's always going to be a trade-off. If there is a technology that makes something easier for some people in a zero-sum area like flight boarding, if some people go through security in 10 minutes, some people are going to take longer to go through security based off of the TSA data we already have. So if we are more likely to be misidentified or trying to board our flight, we're going to be more likely to miss that flight. And on top of that, a lot of times if you need to reschedule that, there's additional fees on top of that. With the way the systemic racism works, it just keeps perpetuating this problem. So it might take very fair-skinned people an easy time to get through, and this might be a product that they love, but we have to consider the trade-off on the other hand. And another aspect of facial recognition when we're talking about not only race but gender as well is that almost every single facial recognition algorithm ignores people who are non-binary. And the hard part here is that so many of these companies are building systems to operate within what our general classifications for gender are in the United States, as they're collected by the EEOC and respected by big companies. But that leaves a lot of room for error. If we understand how many people are trans or non-binary, they're not even being included in the vast majority of these algorithms, which makes us really start to question how well are these algorithms performing if they're trying to test against the ground truth. What is that? It's very awkward for a company to try and ask you, what gender are you really, when they're just looking at an image and trying to determine what gender you are. So we'll talk a little bit about the impact of biased data. These are a couple areas that are really specifically impacted by the training data that's available. And let's talk about a couple of the effects. So a couple of these algorithms are, it boggles my mind that we are still using these. There have been a couple developments though. So I know Los Angeles County is not going to be using PredPol anymore, which is their predictive policing algorithm that's used not just in LA County, but in a lot of counties around the country. So the main problem here is that these algorithms are basing their new predictions of where they think crime is going to happen based off of this historical data on where crime has happened before. The main problem with that is really just the training data. So if we understand that policing in this country has been biased, all of the policing data in this country is biased. If we're using that to train new models, we're going to see not only the same areas being predicted as more dangerous, which are more likely to be inner city areas, but we're also going to see increased policing in these areas. And the major problem with that isn't just that, great, they caught more bad guys. It's that it is a lot easier to spot crime when you're looking for it. And we know for a lot of these urban communities that, or really, let's be honest, we know for a lot of these Black neighborhoods, they're already policed more. So sending more police out to these same spots is not going to fix the algorithm, essentially. But what it does is create this feedback loop of where that algorithm is then not given new data on whether the person who they arrested was actually committing a crime to begin with. Not only that, these algorithms don't take into account people who may have been found innocent of these crimes. It's not getting that kind of feedback, and that's one of the hardest reasons that it's a hard to fix problem. And then we go into race-based HR, which I think is one of the worst areas to use this bias training data, because the same people are going to end up being hired. So if companies, especially big companies in tech who have less than 5% of their employees as Black employees, very few of those people are in management. Very few of those people are in technical roles. So if they're using their data about their top performing employees, knowing that at these companies, it's more likely than not that they were working in a toxic environment that openly perpetuated racism based off of multiple stories of people who have been in these roles. If we are only using the ideals to try and hire new people, we're going to just create these echo chambers at work and hire only people who are similar to the people we've been hiring. It honestly is just algorithms perpetuating the same things that we would do in the same biased ways we would do it. A couple other ways that have severely impacted Black people, honestly, that the travel ban, the algorithms easily reflect xenophobic bias and use limited examples and then misidentify people. So that xenophobic bias is not just from having dark skin and facial recognition, but specific names are easily flagged, and names from countries that sound foreign, for example. And even when we change realms and we think about like the online world, there are so many companies who spend millions of dollars into putting out these online ads for horrible predatory credit companies. And they specifically target users by race. Twitter is able to target users by race, and so is Facebook. They're also able to exclude specific races, and advertisers have done this in the past to not have certain people buy their products. These are just some of the small ways in which these algorithms have massive impact on our lives. So I think that by drawing some attention to this and then by showing some solutions, we can try and positively impact the way we use machine learning in the future and really focus on using AI for good. So I think this is really powerful when we're talking about people who want to be in data science or machine learning. One of the biggest things that I've learned in my career is that we as technologists have a lot more power than we probably should in building these products. Very oftentimes companies are new and want to move fast. AI is hot and it's sexy and it's talked about a lot, but at the same time, we really need to understand how we're able to impact real human lives with what we're doing. So this is kind of reiterated a lot, but whatever biased data you have, it's going to impact your outcome. There's no way to take biased data and make a model that isn't biased off of it. Another aspect here is that humans are imperfect. So we have to assume that bias exists in our data and it's going to exist in our model until we take steps to remove or mitigate it. So when I'm looking at driver risk data on the day-to-day, I understand that regardless of what state I'm looking at, Black people are policed, arrested, and stopped in these basic traffic stops at a higher rate than people of every other race. Knowing that, I can change the way that I model this data or I sample data to make better algorithms. And I think what's really hard here is, especially as data scientists, we are masters of our own demise. It is the only job I've ever had where I get to set my success metric. I get to say if I'm going to use accuracy or if I'm going to use precision or recall or other metrics like R² or F1 score. All of these are different ways to measure how well a model performs. And what you may not know is that the people working at Google and Microsoft and these big companies making AI, all of them get to set their own success metric. So it's very easy to choose the metric that looks the best. It's very easy to try and manipulate the data until we tease something out of it. And so that's part of the problem, is almost this demand for results and the way that we do for software engineering. But data science as a true science takes more consideration and care than wanting to just rush in and create products for the sake of using machine learning. So the impact here, one of the reasons that we have so many issues with this training data is because of how it was collected. So if we think about how cameras were developed and a lot of other hardware is developed, like radio frequency sensors, like the TSA uses in the body scanners, none of these technologies were really made for Black people. And that is kind of the hard truth. Regardless of how I've worn my hair, whether it's natural, a weave, a wig, no matter what it is, it takes me longer to get through TSA checkout, and I have to have my hair patted down like I'm carrying a knife, because these sensors do not recognize our hair because their training data has been mostly white people. And cameras specifically have been tuned for lighter skin tones. That's one of the reasons that we have trouble taking night photos at night. That's one of the reasons that facial recognition performs so poorly on us, is that there is typically not enough light reflecting at us for the camera to actually pick up all of the small differences in our skin. So I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this is one of the old time like camera calibration cards. Cameras were literally tuned to look better for people with fair skin. So if you don't look like this, there is no chance that even our modern day grandchildren of these cameras trained in this way, there's no chance that you're going to be recognized in the same way. So what I'm really calling for here, though, is for action. If we're in an age where people aren't really scared to call out companies anymore, and this is such a pervasive problem that we need to call it out and we need to take these steps. People need to stop considering these edge cases as something that, yeah, it can happen in 5 to 10% of the cases, but just throw away why these are happening. I think that's been the trend so far in industry is we'll deal with it when we get to it, and we just can't continue to do that anymore. It's just not the right way to do things. We have to recalibrate these edge cases, or cases where Black people might not be recognized, or women might not be recognized. Those edge cases need to be seen as the baseline, not implemented in V2, not a fix, not a patch. But if we start modeling for this as a baseline, it's a lot easier to cover everyone else that the camera is tuned for. If we can detect this dark skin, we can detect light skin, but it does not go the other way around. So part of that solution is really pushing to not use machine learning in some cases. Policing data should probably never be used for modeling. It's interesting to explore. It can give us insights about policing in different regions, but no matter what, our policing data in this country and pretty much around the world is racist and always will be. There's nothing we can do that's going to create a new model based off of this kind of training data that's not going to perpetuate the same racism that policing perpetuates. And then we should be testing our models, making these unit tests for these edge cases. So testing hardware on dark skin first. There's no reason we should walk into a bathroom and not be able to use a automatic soap dispenser. If you test for dark skin first, it is much easier to also have that product work for people who are lighter. And then I think just having an extreme skeptical attitude towards machine learning is going to bode us better as a society just in general. We tend to blindly accept machine learning for, it's supposed to be this cool thing that's a utopia, and all of the shroud of mystery around it makes it easy to just believe what the model is outputting or what your results are and not really question that. But we need to think about it like a science. We need to be asking these hard questions of companies who make these products. So there's a couple technical ways we can evaluate these models that I'll cover. The first is FairML. So there are a couple different evaluation packages such as FairML that will help you as a practitioner understand which aspects or which features are impacting your model the most. So that's also in line with TCAV. So that's just another method for understanding a neural network specifically. So neural networks are seen as black box models, and thankfully that's not, doesn't have racist background. That's just because they are opaque. We can't see into them. We don't really understand what's happening inside. So what TCAV does is it allows people who build these neural networks to understand which features are most important in impacting how this model made a decision. And then Shapley values, this is a statistical method really to just understand again which features are most important. If we're making models and we have higher Shapley values for proxies for race or gender, such as zip code, we consider not only removing those features from the model, but Shapley values will give us just more concrete evidence of how our models are performing and based off and which features are causing it to perform well. As far as adversarial ML, this is really important when we're thinking about computer vision, natural language processing, audio processing. It's really building these bad machine learning models or building training data for models in a way that is supposed to break the model. So one example is there are ways you can distort images and move the pixels around so that an image of what just looks like white noise can be registered by a computer vision algorithm as a panda or a giraffe or any other type of animal or icon you can encode. So we have to understand with these facial recognition technologies, there are also plenty of people who are wanting to fool this tech by not being clear about who they are. There's a lot of facial jewelry you can wear. We need to understand and build models in a way that we are mitigating and we are expecting these kinds of things to happen. And a lot of people in industry don't work enough on breaking their own models to try and make their models better. So next, if we're going to talk about training data, we really need to talk about proxy bias as well. I already covered zip code a little bit, but another area that is really pertinent for proxies is word embeddings. So it's hard for us to quantify words. We have to try and make these mathematical correlations between things like king and queen, which, even just as an example, exclude trans and non-binary people. But there's also sexist cultural norms that can be embedded here. So if king is to queen, we are running the risk of it being super easy, which it is, for models to encode roles like teacher and secretary to women, and encode roles like doctor and lawyer to men. So a couple actions we can take here, and the first is a mindset change. For anyone who is coming in contact with machine learning, or if you see a product that says personalization on it, you have to understand there was some aspect of bias in how they created that model. So whether it's that training data or whether it's the actual people who created these models, we have to take a mindset change and just be more critical. Alongside that goes accountability. We have to be able to build some of this user trust by using open algorithms. So being transparent about the algorithms, especially when they have a really large impact on people, is really important. So if you are interested in bias and machine learning, I really recommend these books. These 4 have kind of set my foundational knowledge, have informed me of a lot of the examples in which bias and machine learning can be really, really detrimental, especially to Black and brown folks. And that's all I have. Thank you guys for listening.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
Hi everyone, happy Juneteenth. Very excited to be here and happy to see that so many people have tuned in. Thank you for sharing this digital space with me today. Before I get started on my talk today, I would like to go ahead and briefly introduce myself to everyone. My name is Valerie, and my pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the founder and CEO of Tech by Choice, and we are a nonprofit on a mission to increase the diversity in STEM by making sure all underrepresented adults know that they can enter, stay, and thrive in any industry. Because if we're going to be honest with ourselves, we know that underrepresented groups have been able to thrive in any space that they've been in. We're just working a little bit harder over at TBC to make sure that everyone knows that they can use tech to empower themselves. Outside of my community work, I am also a senior software engineer at Mastery Logistics. I never would have thought in 1,000 years that the logistics industry would be the one industry that really captivates me. But looking at the company I work for, the problems we're solving, the people I get to work with, it makes a lot of sense. This has to be one of the best companies I've ever worked at. And I just want to let everyone know that we're currently hiring. So if you are interested in learning more about mastery, or you want to continue the conversation about imposter syndrome, or you want to learn more about Tech by Choice, we're currently looking for companies to partner with, mentors for our members, and, well, of course, more members. Connect with me on Twitter. My handle is digitalblkhippie. And I'm on there talking about tech, code, art, anything and everything that crosses my mind as well. But before I go any further, I want to take a moment to thank the Juneteenth team who worked really hard to put this conference together over the last 2 weeks. It took a lot of time and effort and commitment to get this up and running at this scale. And I'm very proud and excited to be a part of this community and a part of this event, the first one at that, to talk about something that I think is very prevalent, especially in today's time. And that's imposter syndrome. But it's not the normal take you hear on imposter syndrome. Instead, I think you should be empowered by imposter syndrome versus seeing it as something that's a negative. If you do a quick Google search on imposter syndrome, you'll see a number of talks and articles and podcasts and videos and a whole bunch of things all around this topic. And it's making it seem like this is just another industry buzzword. But I mean, you gotta take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. I am giving a talk about imposter syndrome. But I don't want to throw this off as just a buzzword. Because if we look at our current world, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of people are feeling like imposters. 2020 has brought on a lot of uncertainties and unknowns for all of us. These feelings have amplified the voices in our heads that tell us maybe we're not good enough, maybe we don't belong at that job, maybe we made the wrong turn to try to accomplish some of these things. This is especially true for those of us who have been recently laid off. and who are still looking for work. If the tech industry is known for one thing, it's the fact that we do a horrible job at interviewing and hiring. I don't know not one person who has been on the job hunt in tech and didn't feel like an imposter at some point. Even for those of us who are fortunate enough to still have a job, we're experiencing burnout. We're constantly on Zoom for meetings, for work, and then we jump on them to hang out with friends and family to have some type of social life. Our screen time is increasing, and we're starting to lose focus. I've had countless conversations with people over the last few weeks about how they aren't able to focus during their normal work day, and so they're spending extra time after work to make up for the lost time throughout the day. Then there's a number of people who are just so nervous about being laid off that they're overworking just to try to prove the point that they're thankful to still have a job and a roof over their head and food on the table. Now, I know this is a normal reaction to a very not normal world that we're currently living in. But the one thing that makes this even harder is our current discussion around imposter syndrome seems to be very negative. If we look at the way that most of these articles and thought pieces are broken down, it's really into three parts. The first part being they let everyone know that imposter syndrome is real. They may describe symptoms and what it looks like. They may even go into giving a description that loosely ends up being someone who is working out of fear of being outed as a fraud at any given moment. And this is despite the fact that this person tends to have a long list of accomplishments, achievements, skill set to accomplish their day-to-day tasks. None of this is helping them feel as if they are good enough. From there, the discussion moves on towards the second phase of things. It lets people know that others have imposter syndrome too. Now, this part of the conversation is really interesting because it seems that the industry is becoming more and more aware of how these systems and environments that we work in are supported by isms. And that's racism, sexism, classism, ableism, all of the negative things that make us feel like we're othered, that we're outsiders, that we don't belong, or we must assimilate. We are now aware that that is fueling a lot of people to feel like imposters. And so this is why you get stats about more women, more minorities, more people with identities that intersect are more likely to have or experience imposter syndrome. But even with that big finding, and in these articles, it's usually ended with, that's it. We know that it's a real thing. We know that other people have it, but it's just something that you have to live with, is the way that these discussions are going. And for me, I'm very data driven. I'm very research driven. I'm an earth sign. I'm a Taurus. So this isn't working for me. I need solutions. And I think this is where my biggest pet peeve started with this whole discussion, is I don't want to just vibe with a lot of people who have imposter syndrome and not find a way to have a solution. While it's very important to validate your feelings and to make sure you're not alone, I would rather help people versus the togetherness feeling. And this brings me to one of the quotes that I learned at a very young age from Maya Angelou. And it states, If you don't like something, change it. If you can't change it, change your attitude. And this is really the outlook I took on imposter syndrome. After a few years of mentoring in the Tech by Choice community and other local communities over the years, I started to realize that there were certain patterns I saw about imposter syndrome. One of those patterns being, it usually first started in the workplace. Anytime anyone said that they first experienced imposter syndrome, it was some interaction that they had at work. But I knew saying that it started at work was not enough. I knew that I had to go through these different steps to realize why it was happening and to try to find a few solutions. So I like to run this talk as a workshop with people so that we can talk through and work through these different steps. So feel free to go ahead and pause this and play it as you like and work through these examples on your own. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and use examples that I've used in the past. So to get started with understanding why the workplace makes you feel like an imposter, you have to be aware of your external factors. And this is usually the workplace, the people around you, and things like that. And you need to understand what external factors cause what internal feelings. So these are all of the things that you're saying to yourself when you feel like you're an imposter. Just being able to understand what those are and how they work will help you understand how to create a solution. So an example that I noticed a lot in the community is that when people would get a task that they felt was too hard or was something new, they started to feel like they couldn't do it. They started to feel like they weren't good enough. They would freeze, feel frozen and stuck, and they would feel like their role was not the role that they were supposed to be in. They would also sometimes get stuck in this tutorial rabbit hole where they would be constantly learning but taking no action. And after hearing countless stories of this, I realized what people were experiencing was a lack of structure. This lack of structure caused people to kind of just spiral when it came to getting something done and understanding how to move forward. As an ex-psychology student, I know one thing I learned about people is that they love structure and they love patterns. And so I quickly realized being able to add structure, whether it's internal structure or external, was one of the quick and easy ways to solve the imposter syndrome feeling. So once I got to that conclusion, I realized to find structure, it's going to be different for each situation. So we really have to sit there and think about what caused you to feel like an imposter and what structures were lacking. If we use the same example from before, we can quickly say that the imposter syndrome feeling we had from the overwhelming task could be due to mostly external things. So we could say that we needed more support from other people. For example, maybe if we had more details about what the problem actually was, we could find a solution quicker. Another thing that could be happening is maybe you need to work with other departments and other people, but you don't have that connection and you don't really understand who to work with and what to tell them. This could be detailed out in the ticket or in the details or the problem that you're given. But if we're going to be completely honest with ourselves and to make this really work for you, you do have to understand that sometimes the external issues that you're facing is because sometimes we get afraid to speak up. And I found that the best way to influence your external environment is to just go ahead and work on finding phrases that you can use to ask for help that still give you power. As a Black woman in tech, I know how intimidating it can be to ask for help. You want to make sure that your peers see you as someone who is knowledgeable, that knows what's going on. So you may be reluctant to ask for help if you feel that it's going to reduce some of your power. So this solution is something that you have more control over. But if we think back to that Maya Angelou quote, instead of if you can't change something, you have to change your thought process around it. And this is what this part of the framework is doing. So for me, when I don't feel that comfortable asking for help, I try to change the way I think about help and tell myself that I am currently blocked with completing a task that'll help me finish something. In order to get unblocked, I need to have this person give me information. So this way, it's putting me in a position where I'm controlling the direction of the information flow, and I'm controlling the solution that we end up getting to. Even though I'm involving other people, in my head, I'm changing the way I ask for help, and I'm giving myself the power that I thought I lost. So we've been talking a lot about structure and power and how we can add this to our day-to-day lives so that we don't feel like imposters. But why is structure so important? If I go back to my psychology roots, I tend to look at developmental psychology for why we need structure. When babies are born, there is a test that they're given. They check for their gag reflexes, they check for their respiratory things. There's a number of checks that a newborn goes through to make sure that they're hitting their milestones. And this continues throughout school and the rest of our developmental cycles. In school, we're giving roadmaps as to what grade we should be in when we learn cursive, or what grade we are in when we learn multiplication. And we're also given benchmarks and tests along the way to make sure that we're staying on task and we are on progress and making the right improvements and hitting those milestones. But once you enter the real world, all of those things are gone. And it's usually around this time that we have to depend on ourselves for clothing, for food, and a roof over our heads. And for some of us, we have other loved ones that we have to care for as well. So once we enter in this adulthood, we lose all of these systems and we gain all of this pressure to perform, but we don't have any of the support we used to have. So this is why we start seeing ourselves compare what we're able to do and accomplish to something other people are doing and accomplishing. But we never did this before now. If you think about it, when we were in school, we didn't ever expect a second grader to know something that a 11th or 12th grader would know. We understood that people grow in cycles and they learn in cycles. But once we lose that support system, those roadmaps, those benchmarks, we don't have anything to tell us where we should be. And this is why we start to feel like we're not good enough, that maybe we don't belong in this field or this role or maybe this company. It's all because we lack that structure. So this is why the third step of this removing imposter syndrome is so important, or empowering yourself through imposter syndrome is so important. And it's because this growth plan is what we fall back on when we start to feel ourselves spiral with the negative talk and the self-doubt. We say, okay, I know I'm starting to feel like an imposter. What are some of the things I can do to help myself move on to the next step to be a better version of me? And so for this step, if we go back to the example we used before of feeling very overwhelmed with this new task, we understand the structure that we lack. So now all we have to do is give ourselves some solutions and things that we can do, so when we are feeling that high anxiety, we don't have to come up with those solutions then, we already have them done. So for me, if I was to receive a new task that felt very overwhelming to me, I would definitely ask a lot of questions to help me understand the problem better. I would ask other coworkers for help as to how to get started, but I would make sure I'm phrasing that ask for help in a way that still gives me power. And as I'm working with my coworkers and asking other people for more details about this task, I'm taking notes for all the things that I can study to improve myself, so in the future I may not have to rely on this help to solve this problem. And that's how you can create a growth plan. Now, depending on what the problem is, it can be more complicated, more detailed, or it could be just a quick one-liner. It all depends on your situation and what's currently going on. So by following these 3 golden rules, you're able to use your imposter syndrome to empower you to be better for the next time you are in a situation that doesn't feel that comfortable. You now have a framework to help you grow from those changes. And now that I've come to the end of the talk, I hope you really see that imposter syndrome is not a bad thing. Instead, it's just telling you that you have room to grow and there's more for you to learn. Being able to work in the STEM industry has been very rewarding for just that reason. There is always something new to learn and to grow in. So I hope you take this talk as a way to empower yourself through imposter syndrome. But before I end today's session, I have some exciting news to share with everyone. I would like to let everyone know that Tech by Choice is launching our Hack and Learn series. This is a series aimed at helping minority-owned local businesses move to the digital space by pairing them with local technologists to help them build out digital solutions. This will be happening through a hackathon that we will be promoting and showing off all of our amazing work through a demo day towards the end of August. Leading up to this hackathon, in the demo day, we will be offering a number of workshops and classes to help both business owners and technologists learn what they need to learn to do well during this hackathon and beyond. So please check out the link in this slide if you want to learn more about the hackathon. Go to the bit.ly TBC Hack and Learn URL to learn more about that. And make sure you join our TBC membership today with the bit.ly TBC new member link. From there, you'll be able to get access to our Slack group, get access to free events, and a lot of other resources that we have for our members. Thank you again for joining me today for the Juneteenth conference. Very excited to be able to share this content with you. If you have any questions or feedback, please go ahead and reach out to me on Twitter. Again, my handle is the digital BLK hippie. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, and welcome back to the session. Did you know that about 20% of the global population lives with a disability? And out of that 20%, 13.6% are African American or Black descent. Today we have with us Angela Hooker, who is a senior program manager at Microsoft. She will share how we can ensure that people with disabilities have a voice in these extraordinary times. And that being done through accessibility in tech. Welcome, Angela.
Thank you.
When you talk about a revolution, most people think violence, without realizing that the real content of any kind of revolutionary thrust lies in the principles and the goals that you're striving for, not in the way you reach them.
Protest without strategy is an empty threat that will flip this system on its head.
You have to teach it in school. It has to be in the workplace. It has to be everywhere for real change. I think this is a movement that's going to change the world.
We have every right to be out here. We did not bother y'all. And we were having peacefully for 3 days. Violence is y'all like, don't put that on us.
When someone asks me about violence, I just find it incredible. What it means is that the person who's asking that question has absolutely no idea what Black people have gone through, what Black people have experienced in this country since the time the first Black person was kidnapped from the shores of Africa.
I might not be able to see the results of what we're doing, but my children and their children and great-grandchildren will, and that's the point of all this.
I want to be out there. I want to participate, but I find that there's just a lack of accessibility.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm here to talk to you about that issue, about accessibility, and how people everywhere can get involved in everything. In the United States, there are over 6.5 million people who may be unable to rise up and participate in the activities that are going on right now. They, just like everyone else, need to have the ability to see the messages that we're seeing, to hear them, react to them, respond to them, sit in them. It's our duty to include everyone so that they can receive and engage with others on these issues. Often they're unable to join in these protests physically. Sometimes it's the lack of access that makes it hard for them to find messages of hope, messages of peace, messages of unity, messages of restlessness, messages of apathy, messages of fear, messages of rage, messages of hate, messages of division, messages of strife. It could be that those 6.5 million people are the key to amplifying the positive, and they may have answers for the negative. But whatever their contribution could be and should be, people with disabilities deserve to be included. So let's talk about those numbers for a second. In the United States alone, there are 47.8 million Black and African American people. As of 2019, only 19.3% of people with a disability are employed. And they are the 6.5 in that number, the 6.5 million people who are having trouble joining in the movements, in the discussions, everything that's happening right now. These are the Black and African American people who live with disabilities. The interesting thing is that with these numbers, we want to look at why they may be unable to participate. Like I said before, lack of access is an issue, but when you look at not having access to systems and information, people are unable to thrive. And that's what we want. We want to help everyone to have a voice in these conversations right now and to be able to thrive and to support each other. It really comes down to inclusion. And when we say that we want to support people with disabilities, again, it's not just offering them platitudes. It's not offering them a line. It's about including them so that they have a place at the table. We deserve to hear everyone's voice, and that's whether or not we agree with what they say. We need to come together to have these discussions so that we can understand everyone's perspective, because that's when we learn how to appreciate each other. We can bolster each other and help one another heal together. That's how we include everyone. So let's talk about the medium and the method. Since we know that Black and African American people have been disenfranchised over the years, we also know that tech is one of those areas where they can be affected, but it's also one of the most powerful means that we have to include them. People who may be unable to get out physically rely on technology in every part of their lives. It's not just about having the message, it's even about accessing the message. It comes down to the very issue of access. So whether we're talking about apps, hardware, software, websites, whatever we write, everything has to be made accessible so that people with disabilities can participate. So the interesting thing is when we start talking about accessibility and disability, we usually focus on a couple of disabilities. And as a person who is vision impaired, I can definitely say that that's probably the disability that you hear most about. But there are so many other types of disabilities that we should take into consideration. And each one of those disability types, the people in those groups have different needs for access. So I want to also say that in the interest of time, we're going to be looking at an overview of the topics I'm presenting, and I will have more details in my slides so that you can get even more information on each piece of information. So let's talk about disability types. Like I said, there's usually a focus on people who are vision impaired, but there are also people who are deaf or hard of hearing, people who are cognitively impaired, dyslexics, people who have seizure or other neurological concerns. There are people who have mental health concerns, and so on, because it continues with anxiety and depression. There are some people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. There are people who have motor disabilities, people on the autism spectrum, the elderly and the aging, people who may not have a disability, but they do have access needs. And in that, I would include the elderly and the aging, and people who have low language proficiency or who may be non-native language speakers. There are also situational limitations. It could be someone is using an outdated device, or they may be in a noisy room, so they may not be able to hear a video. People could be outside while they're on their mobile devices and the sun is streaming down, so they can't really see their screen very well. So each of those situations and disability types have needs. And again, in the interest of time, I can't present them all, but I invite you to look at the resources that I'm sharing about these issues. So let's get more into the process when it comes to supporting accessibility in our messages and our technologies. We usually hear about accessibility being an engineering issue, and people look to developers to really take the lead when it comes to making things accessible. But I want to say that the responsibility for accessibility doesn't rest on their shoulders. It's beneficial to everyone if everyone on your team is involved in creating accessible work. And so I like to call that role-based accessibility, because everyone has something that they can do in their processes and their everyday work to ensure that people have access. So let's start out with PMs, and whether we're talking about program managers, product managers, project managers, the roles are pretty similar. And it's actually with this group of people that ensuring access begins, because they are setting the pace for accessibility in every project. So we want to look at what they can do to start the ball rolling when it comes to accessibility. So usually I've seen people start with accessibility at the very end of their projects, but that's a problem because it leads to making uh, a project that's covered with duct tape, because you've got to patch this and patch that and fix this and fix that later on. So before you even start working on your project, you want to realize that you need to include accessibility and bring in an accessibility consultant to work with you and your team, especially if you're new to the topic. This person can advise you on issues like accessibility standards and laws, processes that you should use, technologies, and this person is here to help you realize what's realistic to accomplish. And they can also advise you on the specifics of what people with disabilities need to access your information. So when it comes to PMing a project, there are areas where you want to consider in the planning stages. I've seen that many times people don't consider accessibility when it comes to budget or having enough resources, and they forget to include accessibility in the timeline, because you'll need to schedule in accessibility reviews and testing. And it's important to schedule those reviews and testing throughout your project life cycle. And even before that, I've seen that people who work with agencies to help them with their projects, they sometimes forget to include accessibility requirements in proposals and contracts. And in doing so, that vendor that you're working with may turn in anything. And even though you may have verbally communicated that the project needs to be accessible, they may not have the information that they need to go on to make that accessible. So in your requests for proposals and your contracts, that's where you want to put that information. And you can also, in your contracts, require that people submit documentation and proof of accessibility, so that there's an understanding that you'll be conducting due diligence to make sure that things are accessible. You should also work with your accessibility consultant to determine what standards you're going to use and what level of compliance you're going to achieve, because you can actually make something comply with accessibility standards, but still have access problems. There will be areas where people with disabilities still won't be able to use your project or your product or read your messaging or interact with it successfully. So you want to figure out, are you going for basic compliance, or are you going to work on creating a really usable project for people with disabilities? I've also noticed that people don't review their work with people with disabilities. They don't test it. So whether it's hardware, software, a website, an app, the written content, you always want to have a wide variety of people with disabilities to review that work. The other area where there's an opportunity to address things is in choosing your technologies that you're going to use in your project. You want to make sure that they support accessibility. You might choose a platform or a framework or a content management system, video players, audio players, anything like that. You want to make sure that whatever they output will support an accessible experience. Because if you get into the project building and you're using something that can't generate something accessible, you're going to have to do a lot of that duct tape work later on to fix those issues. When, if you chose something from the beginning to ensure that it will support accessibility, you'll have less problems, if any. The other thing that will help you as the PM is to document all the work that you're doing to support accessibility for your project. This is important for you as a person and for your organization, because you always want to prove that you've done your due diligence. And unfortunately, there are people whom some people call ADA trolls, and that means the Americans with Disabilities Act trolls, who actively go out and try to sue organizations over accessibility issues, not because they really want to see change, but because they're just causing chaos and problems. So you want to protect yourself and make sure that you have documentation that will support your work. Even if your project isn't perfect, you can at least show that you've tried in good faith to meet the standards and to make your work usable by everyone. So after PMs, let's talk about leadership and actually PMs getting support for accessibility from leadership. If you don't have leadership buy-in, it's going to be difficult when you are planning your project or arranging the budget. It will be difficult for you to move forward if you don't have that support, because you need to know that what you and your team will need to do to carry out the project, that management is going to be there to help you and support you when it comes to making your work accessible. The thing is, if you don't get their support and you haven't planned properly, management and leadership, they're not necessarily going to know what it takes to create an accessible experience. And the other thing is that they may actually tell you to do things that would hinder accessibility. So you want to make sure that you get their buy-in. The other thing is that you want to train your team in accessibility. There are organizations that have lots of turnover. So the people who are working on a project from year to year may change. And that's especially true if you work with outside agencies to do work. So you want to make sure that you're always keeping your team trained when it comes to accessibility and best practices and the latest tools and technologies. You want to make sure that people understand how to use them effectively. So let's move on to content managers and writers. And this is interesting because I would say this is a group of people who usually don't realize that they need to be involved in accessibility and in the process. So there are things that they can do to ensure that the end product is accessible. And it starts with the written content. You want to start writing the content before the designer even starts working on their part of the project. I've seen that people will try to create a design or architect a project, and then they think they can pour the content in to that framework or that design or that system. But then they'll find that things don't quite look or flow the way that they should as far as the information. But if you start with the written content, then you'll find that you'll be thinking about the way the information flows and walking through the process and seeing things the way your audience would experience it. So you want to actually work with the designer to design that content that you've prepared. And I know that in these times we're using templates and pre-designed components, but it's important to make sure that you're choosing the proper component for whatever information that you're putting forth. Because you're going to be writing the content for every interface element. So work with the designers to do that. You'll also want to write using plain language principles. And plain language is just ensuring that your audience can read, understand, and engage with the content that you present the first time they read it. Because we know that people are in a rush, they're in a hurry, people are walking down the streets on their phones looking at things. And if they can't understand what you've put forth, then you're going to slow down progress or their progress. And they're going to have to spend more time reading and reading. And if people can't understand your information, the first thing they will do is click that X button and close out, because there's always someone else who has the same information out there, but you want them to get it from you. So use plain language so that people can interact with that content and use it successfully and quickly. You also want to test your content. Now, I told you that it's important to work with people with disabilities and test with them. It's important to do that when you're preparing your content too, because if it's not clear to them, you don't want to wait until later on in the project to have to rewrite things. It's easy if you start out with a small bit of content or an information flow and see if it makes sense to people. I know it's challenging now, particularly because of social distancing, but in usability, there's a thing called hallway testing. And you would be able to set up in a hallway somewhere, as the name suggests, or in a coffee shop, and stop people Ask them if they would participate in a 2-minute test. And it's helpful if you entice them with maybe a gift card and ask them how the content reads. Does it work for them? If they're able to understand and know what they should do with what you're presenting. And that's also a good time to work with your designers when they're putting forth their prototypes and you've put your content into the design, or they're designing your content. It's a good time to actually start testing that with people with disabilities and people without access needs even. So, as I mentioned, you do want to write with your designers because you'll be writing content for every UI element. And you want to make sure that your labeling is correct, your headings, your structure, that the layout works. So it's helpful when you work together with your designers to achieve that. And you can even focus on the micro content that may come later on. But if you can, work with your designers to ensure that it's accessible and clear. So let's talk about those designers. And when I'm talking about designers, I want to say that I'm talking about UX designers, interaction designers, UI designers, production, everybody involved in the interface and the structure and the design. I've observed that most accessibilities happen in the design phase, mostly because designers aren't using principles that would help ensure an accessible experience. So again, design that content. Work with them on the layout, the structure. If you're using a component or pattern library, as much as possible, you'll want to use those components that you have, but you also don't want to get stuck in a situation where the component doesn't work for you. Tweak the component if possible, and that's where designing that content comes in. I know it's a challenge because we're using libraries and frameworks to help us achieve consistency and to do things quickly, but just consider that you may need to tweak things a bit if possible. So there are many things a designer needs to consider when it comes to accessibility. It's the contrast, the heading structure, using sentence case text, the use of color, links and buttons, font size, and selecting the right font for readability. There are form considerations. And in the interest of time, I want to share a resource with you that will help you. There is a site called WebAIM, and they have a resource for designers to help you plan accessibility throughout your process. I'll have this link in the back of my deck in the resources, so be sure to check that out because there's so much to consider when it comes to planning for accessibility. And you want your planning to start just like with the PMs, you want to start with that planning at the beginning so that you've not created a wonderful, beautiful design that actually doesn't work. So it ends up being ineffective. The other thing you want to do is work with your engineers and developers and share your designs with them. Make sure that you lay them out and annotate those designs, because I've seen that people will give their designs to developers and they'll come back with something that's different, and that's then different than what they actually expected, because they didn't explain what's supposed to happen with each element. They don't explain what's supposed to happen when there is a change in the state or any other conditions that may vary by how the user interacts with that content. So if you have those conversations, if you annotate your designs and share that with them, you'll find that there's less problems later on, if any. So let's move on to engineers and developers. And I have a special place in my heart for them because, as I mentioned earlier, people usually think accessibility rests on their shoulders, that they are solely responsible for ensuring accessibility in a project. But they usually take up that work and do more than even they anticipated having to do for accessibility. Many of you all have sought to learn things that aren't even in your area of expertise because you have that responsibility for accessibility. But hopefully, if your team follows this process, you won't have to do things alone. So let's see a couple of things that you can do to ensure that your work is accessible. And again, the finer points, I will have resources in my slides so you can see more. If you're working on a website, an app, or a mobile app, there's the time to lean on HTML. HTML will get you there if you're using clean semantic code. Start there and make sure that your HTML is error-free. And it will also get you further than relying on things like ARIA, which is accessible rich internet applications. Because you only really want to use ARIA, this markup, when you have to. HTML is more powerful than people realize. So start there. One other area I want to point out is that developers have to ensure that whatever they produce supports people who use keyboards and other non-mouse devices. Because the thing is, not everybody is able to navigate with a mouse or even with their hands. They may use their voice to navigate. They may use their eyes to navigate. They actually may even use their mouth using a mouth stick. They may use their head with a head wand. So some people even use a limited portion of their hands. They may use a thumb mouse. So the thing is, you want to make sure that they're able to use your content. And it starts with supporting keyboard accessibility. Make sure that any part of your interface can be used and interacted with by keyboard. So let's talk about checklists. When it comes to accessibility, some people have been told that if they use a checklist, and everything is done, then that means that their work is accessible. But I want to share that checklists are helpful for reminding you of what you need to do, but they're not really for ensuring that your work is accessible. So use them wisely so that you remember what you need to consider, but don't think that just because you've finished everything on your list that your work is actually accessible. The other thing you want to do is to test your work. You want to make sure that you're using an automated tool to help you, but you don't want to rely on the automated tool to ensure that everything is actually accessible, because a tool can only find about 25% of the problems with accessibility. So test with a tool. Use something like Accessibility Insights from Microsoft. You can use Tenon, or you can use Axe by DQ. Those are good tools to get you started, but you'll also need to factor in manual reviews. So let's talk about the role of quality assurance when it comes to a project. There is so much that you can use out there when it comes to testing for accessibility and reviewing things. You want to make sure that you are not doing what I told the developers not to do, and that's to rely on a tool alone to check for accessibility. You want to test manually as well. And you also want to test using what's called assistive technologies. Those are pieces of hardware or software that enable people with disabilities to actually use information and interact with it. So as I mentioned, how people would navigate with non-mouse devices, perhaps with a head wand, a sip and puff switch, um, using their voice. These are all examples of assistive technologies. You don't have to test with them all, but you should test with a number of them and on different platforms to make sure that the project is accessible. And you want to test regularly, even after your project launches. Anytime there's an update, there's an opportunity for you to review the content to make sure that it's still working. Work with your accessibility consultant to help you do user research, because you want to make sure that people in your audience can actually use something and it's not just anecdotal testing. And when you're doing that, make sure that you're talking to people with a wide variety of disability types in that group. Lastly, let's get to leadership again. You want to make sure that you're supporting your team.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the conference.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our next session. For this session, our speaker would like for me to introduce him as someone who is Black, queer, and crafty. His name is Harold, and today Harold will speak to us about dispelling false, untrue, harmful beliefs about the Black and LGBT plus community and Black people as a whole and the DIY culture. Welcome, Harold.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Letitia. And I just like to thank you for introducing me because I know that you've been presenting like all day. So it's just amazing that you've been so dedicated, because I don't think a lot of people realize that a lot of people do these conferences for, like, you're taking time out of your day away from your everyday job to do this. And it's just amazing that on Juneteenth, a day that I feel like all Black people should have the opportunity to rest, as a Black woman, you are taking the time to educate people for free. So I just like to give you a big thank you. And woo, after Angela's talk, I just feel so like, man, it's a big act to follow up. Angela really hit all the high notes. So I'm just going to be so ridiculous, y'all. I'm so sorry for what's about to happen, but it's okay. Maybe you'll be entertained. I don't know. All right, so let's get started. Okay. Can you see the presentation, Kotisha?
I can see it now. Yes, I see it.
Oh yeah, I think I just feel so. I'm good.
Yes, thumbs
Okay,
up.
awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let's get started. Sorry, y'all. I have to mute They did warn us about like wearing earphones to prevent echo, and I can hear the echo, so my volume's muted. So I'm just gonna make sure I have a window open so Katisha or other people can message me if I've gone off way. So I'll try to check back in that occasionally. Okay, so yes, I'm Harold, aka Bandana Montana. Pronouns he, him, his. Yeah, I'm crafty, and I graduated from UT Austin in last year, 2019, in computer science. So yeah, let's go. So here's a quick overview. We're gonna talk about Black people, queer people, and Black and queer people, and DIY stuff. And it's going to be pretty great. Yeah, let's go. So I like to think of, DIY being, I feel like the name itself it defines it, where you're talking about doing it yourself. It's self-expression. You're bypassing the corporate culture, the mass produced, objects, especially in America, and you're taking the power to creation back into your own hands. You aren't just buying clothes, you're making your own clothes or modifying existing ones. You aren't just buying music CDs, you're making music CDs with friends and sharing them. And that's important because it shows the creativity, the expression and style of you. It's your own personal spin, even if you are following a commercial sewing pattern or a similar music style. So one thing I want to acknowledge is that oftentimes it's talked about how it's like, oh, in the 90s, there was like the punk rock DIY scene, and that was a really, important, scene for kind of like setting the stage to a lot of what people consider DIY today, because people were making music out of their garages. You know, um, they were doing all these kinds of DIY things with their clothes and just really creating a moment, that a lot of people associate with today's modern DIY culture. But I would argue, honestly, Black people are the ultimate DIY folks. I mean, in every aspect of life, you can imagine one area where Black people have had to do it ourselves because there's no, support from the white mainstream, the white spaces, the white institutions, the white corporations, the white schools. It's like we created an entire, social justice movement. Like, look at what's happening now. The origins of, all, the civil rights movement, the abolition movement. I mean, I could just keep going. Like, everything has been felt so DIY. But to give you one very specific example that I consider, a very excellent DIY example that's relevant to Juneteenth is that, enslaved Africans were forced to produce, like, they were forced to learn a lot of the domestic skills by, like, their white slave owners. So they were forced to learn how to sew, weave, etc., to make, like, clothes for white folks, basically, like cotton gin, etc., etc. And, they so what happened was this culture was created among particularly Black women, but really all, the Black folks, where they started making quilts, um, quilts that were made from just like scraps and stuff. And that is, that art form of African American quilting, particularly, is one that's persisted into even today. Like, it's lasted for at least, 200 years or so. It's outlasted entire corporate, it's like, how many things last like 200 years, y'all? It's just, like, that's one little example too of something that's just unbelievable to me, the ways that Black artistry and Black culture and Black community can persist through oppression, can persist through all the things that try to tear Black people down. Also, with queer people, it's kind of the same thing where it's like, well, it's like queer people like have had to do a lot of things themselves, but I kind of also wanted to just highlight, specific examples. The zines that, have been around for, a long, long time kind of represent the ways that, like, queer people it's kind of like, queer people can take like a concept, like a mainstream concept, and kind of like queer it up and make it something that's just so unique and so interesting and so revolutionary and just really damn cool, where it's like, oh, before it was like, it's like, oh, we have these magazines where it's like these same thin white cisgender models who define beauty, but now you have zines that give power back to people who've been silenced for so long, who can push against the mainstream because they're saying, I don't even need you to include one story of mine because I have a whole space to tell you who I am. Queer punk, where, it's interesting, I read in the book Queer and Trans Artists of Color that oftentimes, queer, punk kind of it gets this weird, it's in this weird space where it's like, oh, well, we're pushing against the man, we're pushing against the mainstream, against the system. But at the same time, it's also like, oh, this is the white man, racist music genre. And like I said, when you think about Black punk, queer punk, etc., of course that changes the way you think about punk, but it's the mainstream portrayal. A lot of the popular punk bands nowadays, they're white, but there are Black indie punk bands. Drag culture, I could go on, like, this whole presentation could be about, drag culture. I do want to highlight that, it's just, the ways that it's like drag queens have had to make their own clothes, had to, do their own makeup, how to perform. And all these things weren't things that anybody came and taught them. A lot of people with privilege and power and access are able to say, like, hey, I want to go, take fashion classes at this school. And it's like for queer people, it's like, it's not a thing. So, it's kind of like having to go out and learn these things and do it in a different way and actually produce so many amazing things that are better than what the mainstream does, and actually is things that the mainstream, the cisgender white straight mainstream takes, repackages, waters down, and sells back. It's just so wild. It's like y'all were the one. I think I read in one of my links for researching this. It's like y'all were the ones who created these spaces because you blocked out people from the mainstream. And now that we're kind of like, okay, fine, we'll do it our damn selves. Now suddenly it's like, oh yeah, this is good. Let me take this and take this. And it's like, what? I just want to highlight, like, So Queer. They're like this. They're this. I know them, I guess, is a Facebook page based in Washington D.C. And they do a lot of, like, I know they used to do a lot of mending booths in DC for, like, queer people that center them, and they have a lot of online events still ongoing. I think I'm going to one, like Machine Sewing 101, and I just love having, because I love to sew, and so having someone who's queer and those kind of spaces mean a lot to me. So if y'all have time, please go check them out. Let me make sure Katisha's not like, we can't hear you. You're just talking to yourself, but I think I'm good, so I'm gonna keep going, y'all. Okay. So man, finally, Black LGBT culture, DIY culture. Again, it's really everything I've said. It's the energy. I think I just love the energy, because it's like, Black LGBT people, we're just, we go through it. And it's like, to still have all this energy to create an entire world just means so much to me. Um, and of course, like, I just don't even know what else I can say about ball culture, because it's just so phenomenal. The talent, when you watch Paris is Burning, you just really fall in love with everyone, because it's like they're like people who you can tell have went through so much pain and trauma, but it's like that isn't them. It's their creativity, it's what they put in, it's what they give back to their community, it's their traditions, it's what they empower themselves to be, because the white mainstream won't tell them what they need to be or what they can be. They won't even let them get a foot in the door. And so they're like, fine, like, we don't want you. We're going to do us. And it's really whatever. And I just want to highlight, ball culture is one of the many Black LGBT cultures. There are just so many. Like, when you think about fashion, when you think about music, it's like, I can throw out, I think I talk about some names, but it's like there are just so many. It's like Black LGBT people have not only participated in so many different subcultures across time, across the world, across, different identities, but also, you know, it's like Black LGBT folk have been the trailblazers. It's like you're eating the dish that Black LGBT people cooked and prepped and defrosted. That is what Black LGBT people give back to this world. So how does this, like, I've been talking about, DIY culture and stuff, and it's kind of like, like, what is that even, I'm sure some of y'all are like, well, Harold, it's just like crafty stuff, right? Like, you're just sewing, like, they're just dancing, they're just, it's like, no, it represents honestly a lot of how Black LGBT people are treated as a whole, in across, yeah, in the whole world. It's erasure. The ways that, oftentimes it's so hard for Black LGBT people to get credited. If I have time, I'll read. Actually, I can read one of the quotes right now, because I don't think I'm, like, in danger of running out of time. But I'll just read a quote from one of the articles, because yeah, so this one's from Jeffrey Spivey and Soul.lgbt. The title of this article is called Fear of Erasure When Black Gay Culture is Used Without Credit. So yeah, he says, the same goes for Black gay culture. Taking phrases and using them in your work is fine. But when you fail to credit the source, the masses never hear about the originator. And thus, you reap the benefits while the true creator remains marginalized and invisible. This isn't about lost profits or missed shots at fame. It's about erasure. No one wants to be erased from their neighborhood, their city, their phrases, or their performance. And, that one quote really for me kind of represents, it's just like, it kind of gives you a little bit more. Like, it's like that just one paragraph tells you it's not just about phrases and dancing, it's like, entire neighborhoods. I wonder why he said that, but we got time. We'll get into that. One important thing, that a lot of, especially, like Black LGBT people acknowledge is that we're kind of absorbed into like whatever community wants to claim us. So, I mean, it's like, oh, he's a great Black, author, artist. And it's like, but he's like a Black queer artist, that's important. And then it's like, like, oh, she was a great queer, you know, performer. And it's like she was a queer, Black queer woman perform. It's like all those identities are so important because it again, it's like it's all the it's like, you can think of it like I don't know what you can think of it like, but you can think of it like, okay, well, it's like you're going to a destination, right? Like I'm driving a car like I'm driving from point A to point B. And depending on my identity and the ways that those experiences and the ways that oppression and the way that all those things intersect, it's like I'm going to have some roadblocks. I'm going to have some traffic cones. The cops are going to stop me. I may not, like, a whole street may be closed. I may have to just like do the thing I do sometimes when I'm lost and just pull over and take a deep breath and then figure out what the hell I'm going to do next, y'all. That's what it is for a lot of Black LGBT people, particularly Black queer and trans, Black queer and or trans women. The exploitation, man, I could go on and on and on about the exploitation of plagiarism alone, but really you just need to know that it's the ways that the culture, again, it's like we're shut out from the mainstream. We're told we're worthless. We're told we're not human. We're told we don't deserve rights. We're told we're just these, we're treated like, it's like, oh, can you do this for me? Can you do this for me? It's like that infinite conveyor belt, like that Lucy, the infamous Lucy show, the 1940s show where it's like she has to like handle like all the candy, the chocolate or whatever. It's like that's what labor feels like for, I'm sure I can speak to it, but I can't, speak for every Black LGBT person. But it's a very common thing that I've noticed where it's like two ends of the spectrum. One end is dehumanization for being like thin, less than. The other side is being like this magical, this powerful person. It's like, the one who knows all about fashion, music, style, makeup, childcare, like all these things are expected, but it's like it's so unpaid, it's underpaid, it's exploitation, it sucks. I hated it. I realized it very recently that that's been like a lot of my life, and like I'm trying to kind of heal from that, being expected to be the good, the attentive, partner, friend, family member, when the other person doesn't even listen to me properly, doesn't even see me as human, doesn't even support me, can't come to an event, can't even reach out to me when I'm going through it, it's just a very one-sided thing. So So let me, sorry, y'all, I gotta keep checking because I think, yeah, Katisha would have, ran up and been like, nah, like things are good. So let's kind of talk about where we are now. I'm gonna, spend a little bit more time on this because it's very important to realize that yes, we have a lot more visibility. There's Billy Porter, one of like my icon, black, like black feminine gay man. It's just like, for him to have the moments that he's having means so much to me. Um, and Janelle Monáe, RuPaul, Mr. Fracker, uh, I need to leave him alone, y'all, but he's a fracker. I can't get over it. Anyways, those three specific people just show you how it's so different because they're everywhere and I love it. And the culture is everywhere, but are the communities themselves better? Absolutely not. Between the pandemic, the upcoming eviction crisis, the protests, a black trans woman being assaulted at a Black Lives Matter protest. I read so many stories of black queer and trans people being brutally assaulted, brutally insulted at these protests by mostly cisgender heterosexual black men. And that's completely unacceptable. As a community, it's like if us as black LGBTQ people are gonna show up for you, the one fucking thing you can do is not brutally assault us. Like, I don't know why that had to be said, but it has to be said. It's just unbelievable to me. It's like we have to get some of these black, cisgender black straight people to say black trans lives matter. Like, that's a struggle. Saying those few words, just imagine what that means for the community on the ground. These are all the shows. Yes, please watch all of these. Support all of these. Oh, look, Black Queer Living. Wonder what's that? Yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. Like I said, just so amazing. I mean, Paris is Burning is a documentary. So, like, go on. I think it's on Netflix. Oh, I forgot to mention one. What is it? Jules, Black queer woman, opened up a bar in California that support catch one jewel. Yeah, that's an amazing documentary, y'all. Actually, I could really keep going. I mean, I think I'm pretty good on time ish. So let's see what else. Do I have any other recommendations? If
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
We are live. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're enjoying this conference as much as I am. This has been an incredible session, and we have no intention on slowing things down. In fact, coming to us live from Atlanta by way of Nashville is an Air Force combat vet, Top Gun. He's been developing in the developing world since 2013, and among his many accomplishments, he's been featured in Wired magazine. He is the founder of Vets Who Code, and that's been in existence now since 2014, and he was invited to the White House to meet with former President Barack Obama. So you didn't come to hear me. I'm going to turn it over now to our guest. Honored to hear from him, Jerome Hardaway. Take it away, please.
Thank you. Yeah, Top Gun was Navy, but I won't hold that against you. Sorry for that. So I apologize, guys. I just touched down in Atlanta, so you might hear like dings and stuff going on. I haven't been able to put all my stuff on Do Not Disturb. Sorry for that in advance. But the talk we're here today to talk about is Combat to Code, the Vets Who Code story, and how everybody's blowing me up right now. I'm sorry. How Vets Who Code, how we've trained over 250 veterans on how to use software engineering and get jobs 100% free. Before we start, I want to make sure you guys know we stand with you as veteran community with Black Lives Matter. We understand the value of Black lives, no more personally than myself. I've been there as both African American and a veteran on the front lines, been to protests, seen the battles. People don't understand the things that we've done for this country. But I see you guys, especially the Generation Z guys out there. They're going full Dracarys out there. We are comfortable being in the back seat, and I'll be the guy with the bail money and in the hiring manager position while when you guys are ready to step up to the big boy jobs. Trigger warning, combat veteran, I speak in acronyms and F-bombs. I apologize in advance for anything that I do to upset anyone here. I'm not trying to piss y'all off. And if I say anything y'all don't understand, just let me know. As I said in chat, the host will let me know in Q&A. We'll be able to talk through that. About me, they call me Captain America of the Web. Long story short, U.S. Air Force combat veteran, our security forces, trained in the Phoenix Raven program, actually signed up for some outside the wire missions because did not want to spend my career at a gate. So I did some really cool, what I like to say, hood shit with my friends from my country. And you won't see a lot of pictures floating around me because all of my stuff is like crazy action shots that, I don't want to get in trouble in the military for. So that's part of my life. Current job right now, I'm the dev advocate at Quicken Loans. We brand new team just spun out, doing a lot of cool things with the company, and hopefully start doing some cooler outward focused things. Specialize in all things JavaScript, UI, UX, software architecture, Node, Express, Happy.js. I'm falling in love with front-end architecture, and just spent a year with the CBSI team, actually, before joining this team, doing web accessibility, and those guys were awesome as well. Web dev experience is 6 years. I started my first time trying to learn how to code was 2010, right out of the military, when I came back home, and everybody was like, "Thank you for your service, but we don't have any jobs here because it's a great recession." And I did not options to either go be a security guard for I think $9, or go back overseas and get shot at again as a private military contractor. Didn't like any of those options. Ended up picking up a book on SQL and learning some SQL, some Postgres, and getting a job in the Department of Homeland Security because it was a little bit of database administration, a little bit of Excel. I never really counted as my first full coding job. That didn't happen until like 3 years later. Right now, when I'm not building things for money, I'm the geek at arms at Vetsu Code. That's a cooler way to say executive director because I am too young to be called executive director out here in these streets. Where we retrain, retool, and relaunch veterans using the JavaScript ecosystem to help them learn how to get jobs and learn how to build things and get jobs. And I also write for Stack Overflow, which is kind of cool because in 2014, I asked a question in Stack Overflow and somebody was a hater on me. And now I'm getting Stack Overflow money. So that's everything comes full circle. Absolutely love it. And I think my biggest success point is I somehow convinced the entire web world full of white dudes to call me Captain America before Sam Wilson was debuted by Marvel. So Anthony Mackie, if you ever see this, you owe me a shield because I was here first on the internet. So don't be a hater. Vetsu Code, let's talk about it. It's the first remote, veteran-led, operated 501c3 that focuses on training veterans and software engineering principles, utilizing the JavaScript ecosystem for free. When I say free, I mean 100%. Our veterans, they don't pay us a solitary dime. They don't do anything when it comes to GI Bill or vet tech or any of that crazy government stuff. We chose that option because we want to move fast and be agile. And you can't do that when the government has their fingers in your nonprofit. Our current curriculum is one of the most forward-thinking curriculums out there. The syllabus is on GitHub. If you guys look at it, just just look up github.com, Vetsu Code, and it's out there. It's full Jamstack. We absolutely love it, and it's been the curriculum for about 1.5 years, and our veterans have been using it to kick ass and take names. A little bit more about me. I've been featured in Diversity in Action, Wired Magazine, HuffPo, and a few other articles and places, too many. I've been in this for 6 years, so it's been a minute. I spoke at OSCON. That's my favorite. Facebook was my weirdest. SignalConf, best. They have the best swag bags ever. If you ever get a chance to go to SignalConf, go there. JSConf in Medellin, Colombia, best food ever. I gained 15 pounds in a week. And I also got to meet Barack Obama on his birthday and speak at the White House for a little bit. So that was cool. Me at Cascadia JS, they were voguing, J don't vogue. So and me at OSCON. There you go. The Signal and my first story. To date, Vetsu Code, we've trained 252 veterans that have gotten jobs, software engineering, and that's 37 states. And I think we're at 17.6 million currently of job offers and people putting that money into the economy. And it's a cool, it's the most humbling experience I've ever had, going from M4 carbines to MacBook Pros and then transitioning to helping other people to follow in my footsteps. Guys like Ben Winchester, who he just got a job at Deloitte and he's heading up our podcast team at VWC, or Jeff Martin, who was an X-ray tech in Clarksville, Tennessee, getting his first job at Microsoft at the HQ in Seattle, 24 hours after getting his job offer, proposing to his girlfriend, because fiance flies are over there, they get married. I'm like, yo, this is a whole family now. This is wild. That's the power that we all have in educating, teaching, and sharing people. We're not people who are the educators and mentors. We don't just build things and teach things. We touch the world. We change entire lives. So think when if you're looking at something to do, I would definitely suggest becoming a mentor and instructor in your local areas because it's such a heartwarming experience. The stack we focus on is Jamstack. We do this to focus on mastering language manipulation APIs. In my experience, coming from a young Padawan, just like many of you are, or maybe not, to where I'm at now, being able to take your time and focus and deep dive in one language is the best way to learn how to code and learn how to code well. Having said that, 2014, 2015, it wasn't that easy because, Node was just coming out. Angular 1.x was a nightmare to work with. CoffeeScript, people were trying to do what they're doing with TypeScript now. It was just hard, right? But then comes along Jamstack, and we have this cool thing where, we are able to just use markup and JavaScript and throw the APIs over the fence and have developers learn how to code while also learning how to build real products with just the APIs. You have great tools like Contentful, Netify, Gatsby, absolutely huge fan of Gatsby. Every API in the book, my favorite API currently is Marvel API because I am Captain America. So these tools we use, or with these tools, these technologies, we're able to help veterans build full-scale products and projects they can showcase to hiring managers and make money with. One of our veterans that we just did a podcast with, Steve Clark, he just made his website called angrypickles.com. He's working on it, but he's already made money with his product before it's launched. And it's just, hey guys, selling a Marine selling spicy pickles is the funniest thing to me. I can't even say that with a straight face. Can't believe shameless plug, Angry Pickles. Check out the Angry Pickles guy on Twitter. Skills we focus on: web development, language mastery, and computer science fundamentals. We do this so our troops stay ready, so they don't have to get ready. That's our old combat saying, right up there with train hard, easy fight, easy training, hard fight. When we say web development, we're focusing on, of course, mobile first web development, keeping it as lean as possible, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, teaching our veterans where they can add React in the right spots, because one of the things, the first thing I noticed with a lot of entry-level developers and junior devs is they just react all the things. But when you get that experience, of working at big companies like I got at CBSI, you start learning that, it's best to, especially with React as a library, to not react all the things and focus on the things that are static. It can be controlled by just static pages in UI, keep that static, and the things that you absolutely need to have move. That's when you start with React at real-time data. A great example would be if you have a chat box on your website. The whole website doesn't need to be a React app, but that chat box can be a React app within the static website. A great example, especially you guys want to show a little higher level understanding of software architecture on your projects. That's a real quick and easy flex that you can do for hiring managers. Also being able to have those talks with things like SMACs and BIM and front-end architecture on that level with them. We're able to get into the crux and the level of being able to speak tech and talk about the art of building. Computer science fundamentals, I am going to be honest, we focus on computer science fundamentals for the sole purpose of the hiring managers and tech teams. We understand that, unfortunately, we live in a world where computer science still uses a gatekeeping tool. And as much as I would love to change that, I have to operate in the world as it is while pushing to make the world what it should be. So while I am vehemently against computer science fundamentals being a gatekeeping tool, because I have never in my life used big O notation or LIFO and FIFO in a conversation. You just do the thing and build it. It makes sense to make sure that my veterans don't go out there without those tools in their toolbox. So some key differences with Vets Who Code from other organizations. Rockstar Board. A lot of the people that engineers who are working they absolutely love, and they're paying for their courses and stuff. They're actually sitting on our board, as well with lawyers, engineering managers. We have people such as Amanda Kasari, engineering manager at Google Cloud, Carrie Youngman, engineering manager at Netlify, Brian Holt, Kyle Shevlin, Shevlin's Webflow, aka.io, Brian's front-end masters, Microsoft, and as you guys know, he's a program manager for the VS Code project. Guys like Maxim Thorne, who actually helped write the bill for equality, equal marriage in the United States. Like, we have these type of people that we are able to lean on and learn from, and then take that information and disseminate among the troops and those resources. The instructors, they have the same life experience that our troops have. Every instructor at BWC was once a BWC troop, has had a job for a year on a production app because of BWC, and now they're giving back. Our EDU team is the only team, or the requirement is to have a job for a year writing code and be a veteran, and also have gone through the program. So that's the toughest team to get on. Separate teams to ensure BWC grows. I don't know if civilians have this concept, but we call it team of teams in the military. General McChrystal came up with it, or we have asynchronous teams working on separate products, so that everything continues moving smoothly, so things can grow without me having to pay attention. I feel like as a leader, if I'm having to ask what's going on, then I'm failing as a leader. And top level introductions and talks, aka our Slack side chats. That's my favorite thing, where people come and just talk to the veterans, like AMAs. I know in November we have Adi Asami, we have Cher from Apple coming up. I'm actually working with the CEO of GitHub to come and talk to our veterans who are more interested on the business side of development. It's a really exciting experience to have people who have done so much come and pour into these veterans, and see veterans freak out. Great example, Steve Clark, the Angry Pickles guy. he freaked out because the CEO of Netlify retweeted him, and he hits me up at 10 p.m. Like, holy shit, this dude just retweeted this podcast about me talking. I'm like, oh, that's okay. First time, it's cool. I'm going back to bed now. Good night. But that's every day of my life. A veteran excited about a milestone that they've gotten, and that's the type of joy I get to bring to the world. Our end game is re-entry to retirement. When I say that, I mean that we want to be able to support our veterans from the first step that they take with learn how to code in that first hello world, all the way until they decide that, you know what, code is not for me anymore. I've made enough money. It's time for me to go. I would like to, I'm going to go sit on a beach somewhere and retire and play with my kids or my grandkids. That's where we're seeing go. We come from this because we got to this level because we kept having veterans come back over the past 2-3 years to get more mentorship, get more team building with us, so they can go and get the next job after we wanted a promotion. And we just saw that, you know what, this is an area that our troops are starting to go, so we have to be here. And I absolutely love it. Have been around when Schuster Braun was kind of support tech when he first started with Vetsu Code, to after Vetsu Code, 3 days later getting his first web development job. And then a year later, he's coming through us again to prep for an Amazon interview, and he ends up working at Amazon. These are the amazing stories and lives I get to impact. And it's just, I cannot, of course, I can't say anything other than it's amazing. It's the best work on earth. Because I heard you guys want to ask questions, so I'm going to open the spot up for questions since we have a little bit of time. And first of all, I just want to say thank you. Until you guys keep fighting a good fight. Once again, Black Lives Matter. Donate if you can. If you don't feel in your heart to donate to Vetsu Code, please donate to the people of this of this conference are also please donate to your local Black Lives Matter funds and charities. Make sure when you donate locally, you have more impact. So always remember, donate locally because you have more impact. And of course, my favorite thing, remember to hydrate. You guys see me on Twitter. I'm randomly reminding you guys to drink water and do push-ups because those are the two things that push me. Outside of that, I hope you guys have a great day.
Awesome. That was absolutely incredible, Jerome. Really appreciate the efforts that you and your team are undertaking in all of this. I do have a question for you. For someone really looking to get in that may already be dealing with the day-to-day 9 to 5 and just life overall, any tips for how they can kind of allot time to do this and the best place to actually start?
Roger that. So first things first, Vetsuco has that baked in. All of our classes are in the evening. We try to do no more than 2 hours in the evening. Monday through Thursday is my schedule, but the other instructors, they kind of make their own schedules with the team since they make it. So that's one thing. We try to accommodate, real life. It's not, don't think of it like those for-profit boot camps where it's 8 hours and you've been in a hoodie and like eating like food and stuff. No, I was an adult when I learned how to code. I understand you have responsibilities, you have a life, you have to make money. So like, I'm not trying to hold up time. Like, you are going to have to dedicate time, but I'm not going to try to get in between you and making a living for yourself.
Right. You have some people that when they go down this path, they're a bit intimidated because they feel like they don't fit in. Usually, especially in our culture, we can see someone like you, and you would be considered, the exception to the rule, unfortunately. And that's because, when we look at someone like you, we don't see many of you. I went to an Amazon conference earlier this year, and I was at home. It was a feast, but I was able to count the number of people that looked like me almost on one hand, every given, a certain number of feet and such.
So it's just the industry.
You have, for people to actually overcome that intimidation factor.
The same thing that I did, I was like, straight up, fuck it. Like, who cares? Like, all right, they're different. I'm different. They don't look like me, but I bring something to the table they can't. Like, today is a prime example. Juneteenth. You can literally look and tell that Snapchat, they do not have any minorities or people of color on their team. Want to know why? Because some idiot decided that putting chains in the background and telling you to smile or break the chains was a good idea for Black people. That's what we bring to the table. We bring an inclusive, we bring inclusivity, discipline, and just an actual creativity of being in 10 toes down in the culture versus, some designer in Stanford who's making a bunch of money yet couldn't think that, Black people, holidays, chains, probably not a good idea. Like, you don't have to watch Roots once to figure that out. But that's my thing. Like, I don't care. Like, that's their problem. If there's not enough Black people in the room, then that's the problem on theirs and they need to fix it. But I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I've often shared with people who are intimidated that they may not really be good with people, and one of the things to overcome. And I'd like to get your input on this. So, if someone who is an introvert, but they really want to learn how to code, a lot of times depicted on TV, you may see teams of coders, and you may think that it actually takes a team of people to do things. Where you have sites like Freelancer, I forgot they changed the name of it now, but where you have a lot of freelancer coders out there who are doing things by themselves, and then so that fosters kind of the entrepreneurial spirit inside of someone. But when you think about that the culture of either coding in a team or coding, alone, is there a difference? Does being a part of a team give you a leg up? And is that something that people need to really kind of focus on and develop that skill?
All right. So first, if you're an introvert, what you have to do is you have to communicate that to people that, we all have to learn our work styles and learning languages. Like I feel like work languages and love languages are kind of the same thing. There are some people, they put on their headphones, they get to work, they don't want to talk. I am a social butterfly. I want to put on the code, and I want to know what's on pop culture. I want to know what's on this website. I want to keep up with what's going on everywhere. So that's my thing. So you have to find out your style. What I will say, teams, just like everything, it depends. I can't say that, hey, this team, being on teams is better, because depending on who you are, it might not. I can say my last team, because this team is pretty new. We have one member that is hopefully coming on. If he comes on board, it's going to be like Step Brothers and at Quick and Long. So we might either do something really dope or get fired really fast together. Don't know. But my CBSI team, when I had Tom Leslie and Charles Camp, Adam Dillon, these guys out there, they made work fun. So that's what it depends what you're looking at. I tell people my goal is to be the best person on the team that doesn't make people want to throw them out a window. That's what I'm looking for. And that's what I think teams bring. Human beings are social creatures on some level. You're going to find, you have to have that human connectivity. So, it's just a really thing that varies, from person to person, the style of the team.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's also a stigma associated with coders or people in technology that we're really stiff. We don't know how to laugh and have fun, and everything that we do is so binary, and that isn't the true. That isn't true at all. So I really appreciate you and the way you're breaking things down, because when people look at you, they can see themselves and realize they can get this stuff done.
Well, that's the purpose of being forward facing. Is I originally came from Memphis, Tennessee. I actually met Barack Obama. I was invited to the White House while I was in Memphis. 40 under 40, 30 under 30. It's just for me, it was a low-level, antiquated area. So I had to, step my game up, become the best for my veterans. I had to go to a place that would make me better. But that's the thing. I want to be able to be that beacon that you're hey, I was you. I was that kid who didn't know how to play basketball. I was that kid that didn't know how to play football. I was that kid that was a dork. I was that guy that was out here doing crazy stuff. I've jumped out of a building. I've been in an IED attack. I've been shot at. I've been shot. I have, I've done all of the crazy things.
Well, let me.
Gamut.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. We can go on. I'm really enjoying this conversation. We're about to transition off. We get cut off here automatically, but I wanted to take the time to say on behalf of the entire Juneteenth team and those watching, thank you so much, man, for your service. Thank you for what you're doing for the vets, and I appreciate knowing you, brother.
No problem, man. I volunteered for this stuff. This is what we have to do. You guys want to keep talking, keep the conversation going? I will be on Twitter at Jerome Hardaway. I'm here to talk tech and shoot the shit. That's what I'm about. So let's have fun and let's bring some joy in today.
Awesome. Jerome Hardaway on Twitter. Take it easy, guys. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
Beginning, because I think it's important for people to know who you are. Claudius Memba is a native of Cameroon, Africa. He is the CTO of New Inc., and it's a startup building a marketplace that provides automation and hotel-grade turnovers for Airbnb and vacation rentals. Claudius has a bachelor's degree in computer science from Ohio State University, and he has taken out his time, and we are so happy to have him here with us to really join the whole line of incredible speakers that we have here at Juneteenth. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the virtual stage over to Claudius.
Again, thanks so much again, Lance. I'm very excited to be here and speaking with you guys. I'm very honored having asked to be to submit something to talk about for Juneteenth Conf. I think this is an amazing platform you guys are building, and for it to come together so suddenly was a sight to see, quite frankly. I've been on the back end of organizing these things. I know it can be a big challenge, but yeah, so I wanted to go into my talk today. As Lance mentioned, I'm CTO and co-founder at New. New is a startup in Seattle that has been around for about almost 3.5 years. And we've been on a journey, me and my co-founder, Kwame, have been on a really roller coaster of a journey, trying to grow and expand our business. I'll go into a little bit about what New is and walk you through our journey. But my goal of this conference and this talk is really for those who are interested or thinking about jumping into startups or are in the journey, give you my lessons learned from our experiences, mostly failed attempts at fundraising. They say the best lessons are always learned in failure, and we've done it about 3 times now. So trust me when I say we've learned a lot. And I wanted to kind of showcase and give you guys access to this information in case you ever get to a point where you want to go down this path. So that being said, my title of the talk is What They Don't Teach You About Fundraising as a Black Founder. My co-founder and I, Kwame, again, are both African Americans, have built our team, which largely consists of about 80% Blacks, some actually in West Africa. Our engineering team is wholly, except for myself, based in Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. And we have a Seattle-based team that works out in Sodo. So again, we're primarily Black company and have gone through the rounds of journey of trying to fundraise for our business and grow it, expand it to different geographies and increase the revenues. So let me dive in. So some background about New. As I previously mentioned, New is a Seattle-based startup. We are a managed marketplace that connects vacation rental hosts to local cleaners who can then clean the place before the next guest checks in. Obviously, due to COVID, a lot has changed within the hospitality and vacation rental space. And so we've had to, some call it a pivot, I call it an expansion. We've had to expand our business. Before, we were focused primarily on vacation rentals, as mentioned, but with hospitality and travel taking a huge hit, we sought to figure out what can we do to continue to grow the business. And so we started doing customer discovery calls. My co-founder Kwame led the effort on this, doing customer discovery calls to explore what other sectors of the economy are seeing uptick in demand. Again, we're a managed marketplace, but we supply the cleaners and we support wherever demand happens to be. So during COVID, we did some customer discovery calls, talked to mainly real estate agents and commercial offices, largely due to that's where the trend we're seeing in terms of needing on-demand cleaning solutions that weren't like contract heavy. So we interviewed and did customer discovery calls with these individuals in those markets and found some really good adjacent verticals for new to scale on. But that's kind of where we are now. I want to take you guys back in time and talk about the journey to getting here, and specifically around the fundraising attempts we've gone on and done. So again, New started back in actually 2017. I, as CTO, joined the team back in 2018, so that's where I'm going to start. So 2018 is when I experienced my first fundraise with the team, with our company. So Q3, I apologize, 2018, New set out on a goal to raise capital. We were hoping to raise about $750,000 in order to grow the business. New had at that point grossed roughly a little over $200,000 in revenues on just one geography alone, which was Seattle, servicing roughly 40 to 50 clients at the time, and we had brought on roughly 10 to 15 cleaners onto the platform. So again, with those relatively small numbers, and by small I'm using air quotes, relatively small numbers, we were grossing a decent sized revenue, and we knew that there was something to this. And so for us to expand, we knew we were going to need an influx of capital. And so we went out again fundraising. We were only raising in the Seattle area. We pitched to only Seattle area angels. And while we were getting a lot of good feedback around the experience, again, keep in mind, we had no formal training, no formal practice. And so we just knew we had to fundraise and we needed to get capital to be able to grow the business. And so we went out and just did it. And in doing that, we learned a lot from this first attempt. So the first attempt, again, we're trying to raise about $750K on talking to only Seattle angels, and sitting down with our advisors. We learned a lot from this experience. Unfortunately, during that first attempt, like I mentioned, a lot of these are failures. So these are the lessons from those failures. Unfortunately, that first attempt, while we met a lot of angels and got a lot of good feedback about the traction, about the business, about the logistics, we were ultimately turned down multiple times. I can't even count how many, in soft no's, essentially. But there was one shining light in that we got a sizable investment from a Seattle angel, who is now on our cap table. And sitting down with our advisors, kind of reflecting on that first attempt to fundraise, we learned that first, around the time we were fundraising, we were actually running up against the clock. We had chose to fundraise again, this is something we learned after going through the process and reflecting with those around us as to why it wasn't as successful as we wanted. We were fundraising during what is called the short season. So my first lesson taken away is actually seasons to fundraising if you're doing a startup. There's the long season, which is actually about February through to June. And then there's a short season, which goes from around August to November, and September to November. And going through it, we didn't realize this inherently, but if you think about it, it actually kind of makes sense. And it's intuitive once you really think about it. There's a break in between those two seasons, and largely due to the fact that it's actually summer break. People 4th of July is usually the time summertime and 4th of July is usually the time when most angels, they're people too, take the time off. They recoup, they go on vacations, they have fun with family. So during those two periods, people aren't actually fundraising. And going into the short season, you hit up around Thanksgiving when things start to decrease as well. So if you're going to fundraise, again, this is the lesson learned from our first attempt. There's seasons to fundraising, and you need to be aware of what season you're in. There's a long season, which is early in the year, from February to about June. You have about 6 months to kind of get the deal closed. with little room for distractions from the investor side. And then you have the short season. And in between there, you've got summer break where people are no longer really entertaining deals. They're going on break. And then December, when people are in the holiday season with family, well, November, December, so Thanksgiving through to New Year's, people are spending time with family and not focusing on deals as much. And so there's more distraction there. So that was something we took away after reflecting with our advisors as to why our first attempt wasn't as successful as we'd hoped. We realized that, in hindsight, we were running up against the clock. Now there are a lot of other things that happened during that fundraise period. We also applied for Y Combinator, YC, which is a accelerator out in the Bay Area, a well-known accelerator out in the Bay Area. And we also applied for Techstars Seattle, another well-known accelerator out in Seattle, PNW. Both attempts, we got to the second round and interviewed, but ultimately both programs passed on us as well. And I mention this because these programs provide capital investment in addition to the program itself. So they're also a source of funding for most businesses. So yeah, that was our first attempt. And that was, again, the biggest lesson I learned coming from a zero fundraising background, jumping right into the pit of things. The first thing I learned was that you've got to understand that there are seasons to fundraising. You have to know when and where to be executing your fundraise, essentially. So attempt number 2. This was, again, taking the learnings we picked up from our first fundraise. There were a lot we wanted to change. There was a lot that we learned from talking to angels. We got a lot of feedback about not only the pitch, but the business, things that angels and venture capitalists see as red flags, things like that. And so we sought during that time to fix the holes in the leaky bucket, sort of say. And so we spent the full year of, again, between our last fundraise to the next one, a full year working on making sure that, one, our pitch was honed and refined, or at least we thought. Pitch was honed and refined. The buckets were fixed. We had answers to common and uncommon things that may hold back a venture capitalist from investing. And given our past experiences, we thought we were in better footing. So again, Q3, Q4, short season of 2019, we hit the pavement running. Given that we knew we were running against the clock this time as well, and fundraising during the short season, we actually refined our ask as well. If you recall, the first time I mentioned we were asking roughly 750K. We're looking to fundraise around 750,000. Going into it, again, taking the lessons learned and that first lesson of knowing the timeline, the season, we reduced our ask to just 400K. We're looking to raise 400K. That money would be able to help us expand to another geography and address some concerns that we knew about the business, especially given that we were in one geolocation, especially that geo being Seattle. I failed to mention, but Seattle is a very cyclical tourism market. If you haven't been before, it's perfect and amazing in the summer. There's tons of tourists, but then during the spring and winter, tourism dies down significantly. So our business is impacted by that seasonality. And the reason we were looking to raise funds was to expand to another geography that we could, one, combat the seasonality component, and two, bolster the business by having more revenues, quite frankly. So again, going into our pitch number 2, we have all this in mind. We're answering the questions to our best of our abilities. We've got rebuttals to, we've got answers to rebuttals. Notably, how are you going to use the funds? How are you scaling the business? What are you? Where is your next location, etc. And we had really thoughtful, insightful answers to that. Namely, the next location we're looking to expand to would be Phoenix, Arizona, due to the fact that, again, it is the opposite of Seattle's tourism market, whereas Q3, Q2 in Seattle is amazing for our business, and Q1 and Q4 are not. Q1 and Q4 in Phoenix would be amazing for our business due to it not being as hot. whereas Q2, Q3, not many people are staying in Phoenix due to just the heat wave. So that would balance out our business more or less. And so these were the answers we were providing the angels, and we were seeing a lot better traction. We had 2 strong seed firms entertain, go through due diligence with us, which is just the process of understanding whether or not this business is investable and whether or not the firm wants to invest. So we had a lot more traction this time around. We felt a lot more confident about our answers. We had reduced our ask down to about roughly half, and we were still staying with the same audience, which was again Seattle Angel, PNW Angels, and the like. Sadly, still having made all these changes and corrected our pitch, we ran into similar issues where, while we got a lot more traction, we actually went through some strong. We actually went through almost to the last minute with a lot of these firms regarding providing a capital investment. Many of them sadly still passed in the end. It was back to, again, our one investor who came in at our last round, decided to double down and just showing his confidence in what we were building. And quite frankly, the fact that we were still alive, given that the company was more or less bootstrapped due to my co-founder pitching and bringing in some grant capital, et cetera. The fact that we were still alive, we were more or less managing and being very frugal and trying to grow the business. So the second round, the lesson there for me was around knowing your audience. And I say that because while we changed everything else, so I kind of look at this, I kind of look at our attempts as experiments. We had A/B tested just about everything else, changed the ask, refined our pitch, again, figure out the right answers, the right questions and answers, but we kept the audience the same. It was still Seattle Angels that we were mostly talking to, or PNW Angels that we were mostly talking to. And again, upon sitting down and reflecting on this last experience with some of our advisors, we came to the realization that the Seattle Angel community is largely follow-on money, in the sense that they need, and this is the feedback we got consistently. A lot of angels were interested in this deal and wanted to get in, but they wanted us to have a lead investor before anyone would put money down. So, and I mean, that is technically the definition of follow-on capital. And there's nothing good or bad, right or wrong about that. It's just, you have to know your audience. You got to know who you're fundraising from. So had we had that knowledge, what we would have done is sought a lead before we entertained all these angels. I guess we were in entertaining all these angels, trying to get a lead, someone to put first money in and decide to be that lead. But we weren't able to secure that. And so a lot of the soft circled interest that we had ultimately didn't pan out. And again, largely due to us not understanding our audience as well, and knowing that before coming to them, we should have secured a lead investor who would then make that interest much more solidified. So that was kind of our second attempt. This time around, Q3, Q4 2019, we reapplied to YC and Techstars again. Techstars ultimately accepted new and brought and extended an invitation into the accelerator. And so we jumped at the opportunity to partake in such a great program, largely because we had some goals that we wanted to come out of the program and fundraise. And we knew that Techstars would be able to provide us again, we've had 2 failed attempts, at least when I was on the team, 3 in total, but 2 failed attempts at the time. And we knew we needed to learn more. We knew there was something missing and we needed to figure out what that is. And Techstars is, again, an accelerator that helps provide startups with the resources, the mentorship, the information to grow and succeed. And so that was our goal wanting to go into the program, was that we wanted to really learn how to fundraise and come out with a really strong fundraising event following the program. And so getting into Techstars, as I mentioned, these accelerators provide you with a capital investment in addition to the time investment. So we were able to secure a sizable investment from Techstars and leverage that to get us to the next milestone, more or less. We're leveraging that to get us to the next milestone. And so this is something, in going through the program, it was a lesson that was very unintuitive that I learned around fundraising. This is kind of a anecdote to our Techstars experience. But while in the program and during one of our sessions, something was said to the effect of, there are many companies in this program that will be able to raise off of a idea and a team alone, while others of you will have to prove out much more. And going into the program, New had been quite unanimously the company that had hit the most milestones in terms of revenue numbers. And so we felt confident that if we were able to get the Techstars experience, we would be able to come out and have a successful fundraise and finally kind of end the dry spell, so to say. But upon hearing that, but in the program again, hearing that given that we had been we had been in the community before, we had fundraised before, didn't have a really good track record of completing those. And two, that again, unintuitively, it's actually easier to fundraise if you're coming out of it with just a idea and a team. We were that was a lesson I took away, in that our success was that we had hit so much milestones, we had grown the business so much, but because we were having trouble fundraising, and because we had hit so much milestones, it was unintuitively hurting us. The success that we had hit was, again, unbeknownst to us, hurting us in terms of fundraising. And that is because we were being set at a much higher bar than other companies around us. Like I mentioned, the statement was, some of you will be able to raise on just an idea and a team alone, whereas others will have to do a lot more. And the realization was that we were the others who would have to do a lot more, given that we had already proved out a proven business model and had raised some and had generated significant revenues. Again, I say it's unintuitive because you would think that the company that has a proven business model and has generated revenues would be the one to get the investment. But if you think about that statement again, that success, that proving out that business model and generating revenues can be a hindrance, because now you're now having to reach a higher bar in order to gain funding. So that was something I learned. It was very, again, an unintuitive lesson, but something that I really latched onto during that program and took away. So again, this is something, if you're going through fundraising and you're trying to go do a startup, it's an unintuitive thing to keep in mind, but it's something that I think all founders keep in mind. Success can be a burden at times. If you're in the situation like we were, where we came in and we were one of the more established companies, and with our traction, we still had to do a lot more to get there. So I'm finishing up here. With last one I want to kind of go through. Last fundraising attempt just actually happened. So I mentioned Q1, Q2, Q3, 2019. So Q1, we went through Techstars. We just completed the program. During that time, obviously, you guys are all aware, COVID hit. COVID destroyed everything. Our business struggled. We had to go through a lot. We had to furlough some employees and bring them back once things were able to be opened up again. But coming out of Techstars, we were.
Claudius, let me interrupt you, because I want to give you a chance to continue the conversation.
Yeah.
How can people follow you? To get more insight?
Definitely. You guys can follow us at usenew.com first and foremost. And then also I'm on LinkedIn and at memberships, my last name, Ships, on Instagram and Twitter, if need be.
Awesome. Well, I don't know if anyone else got anything out of it, but I've got about 5 pages of notes. So I appreciate you.
I'm glad.
Incredible. Yeah, I'm one of those that you don't have to keep hitting me in the head with the brick. If you already received the scars and wounds and you're willing to share, then I appreciate people like you actually doing that. So once again, we really appreciate you joining us here at the Juneteenth conference.
Definitely. Thank you guys again. It was a pleasure to speak with you. Hopefully everyone got something out of this talk, and I'm happy to speak more privately if you reach out to me. Happy to give you more insights from all the learnings that we've been through on this journey.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
All right, Lance. Thanks so much.
All right now. Bye.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
I am here. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you a veteran who is hailing to us right now from Fayetteville, North Carolina, the birthplace of George Floyd. And she is a full-time or full-stack Java developer. She's actually spoken for us already here on Juneteenth, and she's back for round 2. I can go on and on about her accomplishments, and rather than do that, and you are worthy of that, but I want to give you as much time as possible to really impart to us what you have. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the stage over to our illustrious guest, Mo.
Thank you so much, Lance, for such a glowing intro. I appreciate that. All right, well, welcome back. I'm so happy that everybody's still here enjoying Juneteenth. It's the best. So let's continue to enjoy this holiday and continue to network, share, and build together. So, as he introduced me, I'm Mo Hampton, and this talk is about giving back to tech without burnout. This is kind of a part two to my first talk that I gave earlier, which was just about breaking into tech. And hit a lot in that talk about giving back to your community. And that's something I'm very passionate about and something I would like to speak more about. But, with every positive, there's a little bit of negative on the other end, kind of like a battery. You got to have that equilibrium kind of thing going on. So as you go in, try to volunteer for stuff, let's make sure that we try to avoid burnout. So you got the job, right? Now you're ready to give back. So you did it. You're a software engineer. You went through the whiteboard sessions. You aced it. Like, you kicked butt. And they have invited you on board. And they said, you are it. Now you've made it through the gatekeeping. You've made it through that door. And you're excited. You know that you got the stuff. And you want to give back now. Well, let's just hold up before you go into a new nonprofit and you start giving your expertise and all of your energy to them. Kind of like We Got Y'all. If you've ever seen that show, Insecure, Issa Rae, she starts giving to this nonprofit and starts to realize some of these different things that she should have seen before she jumped on board with this nonprofit. So in this talk, we will cover ways that you can continue to volunteer without spreading yourself too thin, tips to include how do you give your talent without depleting yourself completely, who should you volunteer for, or how should you volunteer, more like. And then maybe we'll tap a little bit into the GitHub and see if there's any type of way you can do open source contributions for a newbie. And what projects will you choose for great impact? And then lastly, how do you say no? It's an art. It is an art. So here we have givers and volunteers. So giving back to the community is an act that is accomplished usually through volunteerism, right? So people choose to volunteer for a variety of reasons. Some might want to give back to the community to make a difference around them for impact, like really closely in proximity to where they live. Others might see it as an opportunity to skill up or level up. So as I'm volunteering, I'm teaching, I must know it. So if I'm teaching, I'm knowing, I'm growing, we are building up together as a community. Regardless of your motivation, what unites this all is that we both find it like both things are challenging and rewarding. That's the reason why you're going into it. You know it's going to be a little bit of challenge, but you know there's going to be a great reward behind it. And right now, we've probably seen like the most increase of volunteerism that we've seen recently. Outside of the protests, you've seen people like when COVID first hit, just volunteering for making masks, for getting out there and to help out, for the tech side of it, building dashboards so we can see, helping people understand what the data means. Oh, can I get a check real quick? I think I dropped. Can you guys see me out there?
Hey, Mo.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yeah, I think your picture is frozen a bit here. We can hear you for certain.
I can hear you. Oh, okay. I can hear you, but I guess my picture froze. Is it?
What do you have on your screen right now?
On my screen, I have givers equals volunteers.
Mm-hmm. We see that. Try changing to your next slide. Let's see if your slide follows. Okay, so your slide is working. We're just not seeing your video.
Okay. Do you suggest I restart it real quick, or to get my video in, or?
That's a good question. I'd say if you can see your video, if you can see your slides, and we're able to see your slides, continue. We've got a nice, beautiful picture of you on the screen. So
that's a nice frozen picture. All right, we'll continue on. It's showing
go
on, right?
As long as you can see your slides, and we can go. Go ahead.
All right, that works for me.
All right.
So, as I was saying, the pieces that we're going to talk about is how volunteerism right now has increased. just outside of COVID, and how we have been able to see those dashboards being put out there. And then not only just the COVID piece, but just the racial injustices that we've seen. And then also just everything against police brutality right now. So we've seen an increase of volunteerism, and we want to continue to give back to our communities to build and repair. Although givers are usually the most valuable people in the community, they're also at the greatest risk for burnout. So we want to be mindful of that. So according to the Harvard Business Review, it's a little article or a 6-part series that they did about generosity burnout. They said when givers don't protect themselves, their investments in others can cause them to feel overloaded and fatigued. They fall behind on their work goals and face more stress and conflict at home. Generosity means caring about others, but not at the expense of caring about yourself. So, you got to protect yourself from the exhaustion that you may feel. You might feel like you're not given as much, but yet you actually be given more once you start to pull back a little bit and really monitor yourself. You want to avoid burnout at all costs. So what is burnout? Burnout, or volunteer burnout, is very similar to job burnout or any other type of stress or burnout that you can have. But volunteer burnout, you're just not getting paid. You're doing all this work, but you're not getting paid, and then you're burning yourself out. So it manifests in different ways. It can be your physical, your mental exhaustion. You can feel hopeless while it's going on, mood swings, and anxiety. Burnout has been around, but right now, especially at a time when we are coming out of quarantine, people are phasing out of it. The digitally distracted lifestyles have amplified the problem. So although COVID and quarantine was something that we had to do to protect and save lives, I don't know if we would have had the impact that we had with Black Lives Matter and defunding the police, stopping police brutality, if people weren't strapped to their phones, to social media, and being at home and having their eyes wide open to actually see and feel this. But it works the same way with stress and burnout. So you don't have any other distractions right now. All these things are happening at the same time. So you want to be mindful of it. So when you're encountering the burnout, there's some stress and guilt that might settle in, and then that kind of kills your enthusiasm and your passion for giving back. And that starts to fade. Sometimes this cycle will continue, and you will eventually quit your volunteer role and give up on the whole idea. You might be deciding if it's maybe better suited for people who have more time and more capability than your capacity at that time for you. You doubt if you're even making a difference. You've lost a sense of satisfaction you had in the beginning. And where's the fun in that? Who wants to continue to volunteer if those are the things that you're going to encounter with burnout? So there's ways to avoid this volunteer burnout. If you think that you already had a full-blown case of volunteer burnout, there are some steps you can take to get through it. First, identify and accept your current situation, right? Give yourself a break. Examine the reasons why this has happened. And once you've done that, you want to review how you spend your time and make the necessary adjustments. So I'm just saying it out loud, but it sounds so much easier than what it is. But you will need to take that knee sometimes and just figure out like exactly what do you want to put in. And finding out exactly where you want to put in your volunteerism is finding the stuff that's doing the consistently meaningful work. When you have a sense of purpose, you're less likely to feel the need of artificial boosts and bad habits. So that stress will stay down. So you're actually following your passion. You have a purpose. You know what your output is once you start to volunteer from that. What generally burns people out the most is not getting recognition for their hard work or feeling like their work doesn't matter. So make sure that when you're volunteering in something that you know matters. You know that's going to have an impact on the community. While you're doing that, make sure you make time for your physical renewal. One of the things that I have increased, especially during COVID and quarantine, is appreciating nature just a little bit more than I did before. I mean, before it was always you get ready, you get in your car, or you go, grab your coffee, you go to work, you come back. And maybe you might go for a walk in the neighborhood. I doubt it. But now, ever since COVID hit, I generally walk the neighborhood probably every other day. I'm going on hikes with the family. We're loving and enjoying it. So that's something that you need to incorporate. Not only that, I had a software lead in my past organization. His name was John, and he used to just crack me up so much. But he was sharp as a whip, and I would always ask, like, how are you staying on top of this, John? And he would tell me nature walks. Just make sure you take a nature walk. Whenever you get stomped, don't just keep hitting your head against the wall. Take that time. Take a walk, come right back, and you'll feel renewed and refreshed and ready to hack at it again. You also want to lean on your support network. Ask your friends if they notice a change in you. If you're feeling like you're overwhelmed, more than likely you're exhibiting those behaviors to your friends and your inner circle, and they're noticing it too. They may not say something initially because they're seeing that you're trying to be a go-getter and you're trying to be helpful and whatnot. But have that conversation with them and say, hey, am I different? Do you think that things are like impacting me in a negative way? And they might be able to help you out and tell you, yeah, you need to take a step back. Or even better, you might be able to pull them in. So you might be able to say, hey, did you want to go volunteer with me this weekend or next week or something like that? And then now you're making it something where you're lightening your load, but you're still having an opportunity to give back. And ask others if they're willing to help. I love squad. I don't know if you listened to my last talk. I told everybody, and I'm kind of a little embarrassed, but I mean, if you can't be the Beyonce in your own life, then what are you doing? So I was saying how I consider myself a Beyonce, and I need my stands to be behind me sometimes to help me out, especially when I have those down minute moments and I need somebody to pick me up. So make sure you squat up. Preserve your energy. Distribute some of that giving and that load amongst your friends. Because more than likely, if you have friends that you guys have common interests, you're probably going to have the same type of common volunteerism. Like these are the things you want to give in. And even some of your friends who aren't in tech yet, you can bring them in that way by starting to volunteer. One of the ones I love to do is Black Girls Code because they have a lot of introductory courses. So even if my friend may not know that much about coding or circuit building or anything else of the science concepts or tech concepts that we do in Black Girls Code, it's so broken down that anybody can be able to learn it. You can learn it within a week and then be able to teach it and help out the girls. And then you have other tech instructors to help you out. So bring your squad in. So not only when you bring them in, now you're amplifying your impact by looking for ways that multiple people can be able to donate or be able to have a single act of generosity. And you can make it events, like I said earlier. You can chunk your giving into dedicated days of blocks of time rather than sprinkling it through the week. You'll be more effective and more focused when you actually have your squad with you. But the one thing that we have to actually keep in mind is the gender gap. I know this might not need to be said, or some people have already experienced it, but for a lot of women, it's really easy for us to be placed in roles where we give more. We're used to being nurturing, to giving a lot, to sacrificing for others. But the thing is, when you do this, we don't get that time back. We don't get that time back for our own work. We don't get that time back for our professional development or the opportunities to volunteer for higher visibility initiatives. So it kind of hinders us, even though we're giving back to the community. Just be mindful of that gap, and especially if you have others around you. So for women, you have to kind of shift that balance. And what that means is setting boundaries and being selfless. The art of saying no, which we'll talk a little bit later. We'll talk about mastering that and how you can shift that a little bit and tell people no and maybe even get paid. So what do? Do we want to volunteer in person or contribute to open source projects. Now, this is up to you. Some people, especially with majority of my software engineers, we happen to be more of introvert types. So it might be easier for us to be able to contribute to open source, to go into a code repo, fix some things, do some UI, build some tests or whatnot, and ship that out. And then we know that we contribute. Or like I said earlier, some of us, we like to go to like Black Girls Code, Girls Who Code. If you listen to Jerome's talk earlier, there's Vets Who Code that you can be able to, there's so many different organizations, but you can also be able to give back by helping in person and doing these technical things to get others on board. Excuse me. So here, I know a lot of people, and especially if you're on the other channel, and you might be able to watch it later, but Brian Douglas, and he is from GitHub, and he's actually showing people how to make GitHub contributions to open source. So if you want to switch over to that, you can go see that, or you can stay here and you can go watch that later. But but GitHub, you can be able to easily contribute. Here is an example of a repo that for somebody who just wants to learn how to do a pull request, make that change to the code, and then submit it back and get a PR review. This is a great starting repo to do that in. So what I want to do real quick, I want to see if this is going to be an issue or not. Sorry. I'm going to share another Chrome tab and see if I can show you how easy it is to start with GitHub. So here we are, we're at the homepage for GitHub. This is almost like live coding. You always are a little hesitant that you're gonna mess up as you live code, but I think I got this. So one easy way to find different ways to contribute to in GitHub, and this is my way to find something, especially during Hacktoberfest, which is in October, what it kind of calls all developers out to be able to contribute back to open source. I would go through GitHub and I would look for a different topic. So you see in the URL up here, you can have a different topic. So right now, I guess a good topic I've been talking about now would be, let's talk COVID, because I know there's a lot of dashboards and code out there. So here we have all of the COVID open topics that come underneath GitHub. And a good way is to scroll down and to see who has an open issue. So it's an easy flag that says, hey, we need help here. And this is actually, Ivan has done a good job of saying what it is that he needs. Okay. And he's breaking it down pretty well here. So he's put an issue out there and told us that he needed any help appreciated right now with some of the algorithms and React parts for their unit end-to-end testing. Okay, cool. So you're like, oh, I think I can contribute to that. Not too bad. You can go to the repo. And what you're going to look for next is just to make sure they have an extensive README. Oh, this is nice. He's actually got the graphics going. Okay, Ivan. So you go here and you can go into the README file and it would show you the different things that they have integrated into this repo, the information behind it. It has a very nice overview of this team. I don't want to say it was just him. It's probably a whole team of people putting this together. The user guide here, not bad. And if you wanted to go ahead as the developer's guide, go ahead and quick start. It tells you what you need to do this on your own box. So you can be able to use Git, Node.js, as Yarn. So of course you can Git clone it and you can start developing from there, open it up, see what the ticket is. Has a nice directory structure. But I just wanted to show you how easy it is just to look at one, figure out what the issue is, and then you can break it down to small parts and kind of figure out from there how you can contribute to that. So I'm going to go back to the slides. Here we go. All right. So if you already have a case, let's just go back to talking about burnout. And you already have a case, a full-blown case of burnout. There are some steps that you can take to get through it. We already talked about to identify and to assess and to take it back. But there's a point where you just got to say no. You just have to say no. It's okay. There's other opportunities. You can let other people shine during that moment. But there is a time where you can say no. You can walk. I'm giving you the permission. If my camera was working right now, I would be pointing you in your eye and telling you that I am giving you the permission to walk away and say no sometimes from volunteering. Make peace with what you're doing and go with it. If it means, one project or volunteer effort, if it means 5 or 6 are not good for you, know what you need to do to have a firm no, and don't go back. If you say no to this one volunteer opportunity, it's okay, walk away from it, but don't be wishy-washy about it, because then you're gonna have people coming back over and over again, thinking that they might be able to persuade you, negotiate with you, or change your mind back. Remember that to never say yes on the spot. Just take your time, figure out if it's feasible for you, if it's something that you can fit into your schedule, and really have a meaningful response like, yes, I can do this, or yes, I will try to do it next week, or a solid no. Not every moment of your free time needs to be scheduled. I am screaming and attacking at somebody because I know a lot of us developers, we will go into this and we would think that now that we're doing this, we need to schedule all of our time. I'm passionate about it. I'm ready to go. I'm scheduling every single minute. Do not do that. That's how I felt susceptible to burnout, and that's how this talk came about. But try to avoid trying to put in every moment. It's a new passion, enjoy it, but don't overload it. Stop comparing yourself to tech influencers. I love Instagram. I love seeing all the great stuff that's happening in Twitter, but there's no competition. There's room for everybody. Do not compare your efforts to somebody else that is doing something else. Yet, even to TikTok, like I'm not even going there. I'm too old for TikTok, but TikTok looks smooth the way that the new influencers or tech are using that platform. I love it, but you can't compare yourself. Just do what you can. So last thing I will say, generosity means caring about others, right? But not at the expense of caring about yourself. So just remember, like, although you are volunteering, and we know volunteering is not a paid thing, in the Black community, we have a bad habit or a routine of being able to negotiate or say that I'm doing this because I'm getting my foot in the door. I'm going to be an unpaid intern for 1.5 years just because I wanted to get my foot in the door. I'm going to work for free on this project, although I know they should be paying for a developer. Or there's one that just boggled me recently about Twitter and their accessibility. They had people volunteering to make sure that things are accessible. And I don't understand why that's not a paid gig. So there's certain things that you can volunteer, but there is a point where you have to say, okay, I've given a lot and I know this is a gig. Even if I don't get paid, I highly suggest that you put somebody in this position, if possible, to get paid. So know when to give and know when you need just to get paid. So that pretty much sums up my talk for giving back without burnout. I want to see if anybody else has any questions out there for me or if there's anything else. Hi, Lance. You're on mute, Lance. I know it's in the day. We just want to get the Freedom Festival. We just want to get the Freedom Festival, and we want to go out. We don't. The camera stopped. The mic's not working. We're ready to celebrate.
Okay, well, we've got a beautiful picture of you right now. Now, I do have a question. How do you handle missed deadlines or deadlines that you see approaching, especially when you're volunteering? And you're approaching that due date, but you're not done, nowhere near it. Can you give some advice as to how to handle something like that?
Yes, communication is key in that scenario because it's not just you that's dependent on making this deadline. You are the nonprofit or the people that are dependent on you are using you for resources. And if you would let them know ahead of time that you can't do it or that something's going to prevent you from getting there in time, they will be able to plan accordingly. They are used to having volunteers and they're used to having a contingency plan behind their volunteers. So just make sure that you fully commit that you may be able to do something or you might have some stop holds that are going to slow you down.
Very, very good point. So when you talk about volunteering, especially during the whole COVID shutdown, when people are looking to build a portfolio, is that important? Is it a good idea to kind of build a portfolio, although it's volunteer work? Can that be beneficial to someone down the road?
Yes, like I said before, it could either be that you're doing this because you want to give back to the community, and that's number one reason, but it's also that you're building together. Like you're building a skill set through your volunteerism. So when you do that, you can be able to put those things on your resume. Do not feel as if you're cheating the system and whatnot. These are experiences and skills that you should highlight and show to not only employers, but the community, because maybe somebody sees that you've done that volunteer and they want to use you to volunteer for something else if possible.
And have fun with it. Find something that you really, really, really like and you're passionate about, or makes you smile, and go code it.
Yeah. And collaborate.
That's right. That's right.
It's all about community.
Thank you so much for joining us again. You were fabulous as always. We really appreciate you taking out the time.
All right. Thank you, Lance. Everybody enjoy the rest of Juneteenth.
How can they follow you? Where should they go?
They should go on Twitter. They can go to Moxie Hampton. Everything's Moxie Hampton, MOXIE Hampton, at Twitter and Instagram, and GitHub is Mo Hampton.
Gotcha. Awesome.
All right.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the inaugural Juneteenth conference. On behalf of the team that worked so diligently to bring this event to life, we'd like to thank you for joining us in this audacious dream. 2 weeks ago, we set forth to bring a conference that celebrates, gathers, and uplifts Black voices in technology. And today, we get to see that vision become a reality. We'd like to invite you to learn more about the conference and the holiday behind it by clicking on the link above labeled Juneteenth in the header. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the conference.
Hi, and welcome to our final keynote speech for today, for day one. Thank you all for joining us to celebrate Juneteenth. Our closing keynote speaker is Aaron Saunders. Aaron started his journey with Clearly Innovative Incorporated as an ally to business entrepreneurs seeking to develop apps. Aaron quickly realized that there was a significant gap in the business knowledge for many of those entrepreneurs. So he shifted in direction and took action to develop partnerships with the DC Mayor's Office as well as Howard University to provide resources for closing the gap. Welcome, Aaron Saunders.
Welcome, and thank you for having me today. And thank you for everyone who is listening. Hopefully you find some benefit or some interest in what I have to say about my journey for Inclusive Innovation Incubator. So let's get started. So who am I? This is me in 6th grade when I first started to learn to code. That's a Commodore PET. Data was stored on cassette drives, and that was considered the personal computer. My interest in software development and programming came as I sat in the library as a young kid with nothing to do. That computer sat in a box for a month in the library before I asked the librarian if I could open it, and they said yes. And I opened it, and I taught myself how to code, and that began my journey back in a very long time ago. I have over 30 years experience in the technology field, working for large companies, small companies, startups. I also have done some government contracting. My first real headfirst dive in was I worked for e-commerce startup in New York City during the first e-commerce boom. I worked on the first Toys R Us, the first Nike store, Boo.com in Europe, and DisneyStore.com. I transitioned when I came here to DC, and I worked for large government contractors. I worked as independent contractor to government contractors. And one thing I always say to entrepreneurs is you never know where the money's going to come to bootstrap your company. So when I started Clearly Innovative, I bootstrapped that money with the funds that I had saved from government contracting. I knew that it was time for me to move on. I made a plan, I saved the money, and I bootstrapped Clearly Innovative about 10 years ago. Clearly Innovative is a web and mobile development firm based here in Washington, D.C. That I started about 10 years ago. It's an African-American owned company. I'm the sole owner of the company. The primary focus of what I wanted to do when I started the company was to provide an on-ramp for individuals from a non-traditional background to get into software development. So what do I mean by that? I mean, folks who didn't go to college and get a computer science degree and then, get into the business. Simplify their work so that they can focus on more value-added opportunities and not kind of get all, caught up in things. And to also, basically help them grow and scale their business. And then the last one is financial capital. There is a wealth gap that exists in the community. There's a lack of capital for entrepreneurs and small businesses that exist in our community. And our goal with these 3 C's was to create the social capital, which is the network, the technical capital to kind of help these entrepreneurs in the network get the technical resources that they need to build a solution. And then the idea was that we create this dense community of diverse entrepreneurs, which would then draw financial capital to a single spot in the district. Often we heard, well, I can't find these entrepreneurs or I can't find these developers. And what we wanted to say is that there's a space in the district that you can come to, that you can support, that can give you access to these resources that you need or that you're looking for. I covered most of this. The important part here is that we, prior to COVID, at the beginning of COVID, that was the start of our, we were going into our 3rd year at that point. So in about 2 years, we built a community of about 6,000 diverse entrepreneurs, technologists, and creatives. So through that mailing list, we can target programming. We can identify what type of programming people are responding to. We can work with our sponsors to give them access to specific interests within our audience. Through our actual programs and workshops that we've had in our 2.5 years, we've supported over 1,500 entrepreneurs, technologists, and creatives. These are individuals that have actually sat through programming at IN3. And what we did about a year ago was, in order to support individuals who might be interested in sponsoring us and to better categorize the content in our deliverable, we kind of come up with these brands on how we push our programming. And so the first one is Grow and Glow. Excuse me. Grow and Glow is our women's women's-based programming. What we do with Grow and Glow is we have programs, services, workshops, networking events that are specifically targeted for women. The idea is that we leverage our proximity to the university, we leverage our relationship with the larger community, and we try to bring together the young women, potentially from Howard, and other individuals from the community to work together on their small business or their technology challenges under this brand. The one below that is In3 Talks. I started a podcast about a year ago to kind of share my thoughts on things that I've had identified through my own personal entrepreneurship journey of starting Clearly Innovative, my education program, and then IN3, and then wrap in experiences that I'm getting from entrepreneurs that I interact with basically daily. Moving along the bottom is the Inclusive Innovation Incubator Labs. And so we for short, we call that In3 Labs, the Tech-Enabled Business Bootcamp. This ties into one of the things that we've observed through the work that we've done, which is the lack of technical co-founders or technical resources to support the entrepreneurs that come through IN3. In the first event that we did, in our first cohort we did last year, we had about 15 companies. These are 15 tech companies that we had. Only one of them had a technical resource on their team. So that validated the point that we were making, is that there's all these great ideas, but there's lack of technical resources to support them. So in our In3 Labs, we cover most of the same material that you cover in other business boot camps. We do the Lean Canvas, we cover marketing, we cover legal, we cover finance, but we try to do a deeper dive around the tech enablement piece. And what we do is we leverage the resources that we have from Clearly Innovative and myself and other individuals from my team who provide you technical guidance on how you could potentially implement your solution, so that when you come out on the back end, the idea is that not only do you have not a business plan, but a canvas that you're going to work from a business perspective, a financial plan, but you also have a technical plan on how to actually build something, which is a critical piece right now. Is, decks are nice, but a lot of you really need to have something built. And so our niche in this whole kind of world of business boot camps and pre-accelerators and everything is providing that technical capital to the folks that go through our program. We're in the middle of our second cohort right now. We had to shift it to online. We have 18 companies that we're currently working with. On Monday, I'll send out a mailing to let folks know who are the companies that we're working for. Our goal also is to kind of amplify the companies that we work for, to let folks know that there's a lot of interesting things here happening in the district, and there's some great diverse entrepreneurs that they should know. The final one is The Future is Written in Code. The Future is Written in Code is our technology training initiative. This is part of the tech apprenticeship that we were running, some of the curriculum from when I taught at Howard, and just lessons learned as we run Clearly Innovative, our mobile development firm. What are some of the challenges and lessons learned that we're finding as we work with clients? So right now, through the Futures Written in Code, we are offering a free intro to game development course. The gaming industry is a $1 billion industry. The gaming industry is not as diverse as it should be. We need to have diverse people telling those stories, creating it, and having an influence. And so one of the things that we've done is create this free game development course. So folks from our community can get an opportunity to learn about game development. In the last year or so, we've taught a free React development course. We've taught actually 2 Vue.js courses. We've taught an Angular development course. So the idea is to kind of go beyond the kind of the basic intro to JavaScript class to allow people to upskill if they want to, or also to get skills to actually build something, or for them to kind of, get enough expertise that they could potentially work with one of the entrepreneurs in our community to kind of build out an MVP. So that's what the Futures Written in Code is all about. A little bit of a deeper dive here on our programming. So as I mentioned, I didn't mention right now on on YouTube. We're offering a free Learn to Build Mobile Apps with Ionic Framework and React.js course. Things have kind of slowed down because of the I don't want to say chaos, but what's happened the last couple of weeks. So I've kind of fallen behind, but the plan was to drop 2 videos a week, that if you follow along with the videos, it teaches you some React, it teaches you some Ionic Framework, and in the end, you actually have a cross-platform mobile application that can be deployed. The course is online for free. Anyone who wants to come can follow along. The Unity game development class is the class I spoke about. That unfortunately, it's too late for that. We're halfway through that class right now, but also on our invest in that entrepreneur. But then they're like they're like on an island, right? There's no ecosystem to support them, right? There's no ecosystem to cultivate more entrepreneurs like that. And so there needs to be a balance between trying to pick the individual entrepreneur to invest in and invest in the ecosystem to support, cultivate, and grow more entrepreneurs.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think, no, go ahead.
So one of the analogies that I use often is, and I actually just read another article about it, for anyone who follows baseball, right? There are a tremendous number of Dominicans in baseball, right? Every Major League Baseball team has invested heavily in the Dominican Republic. There are baseball camps. There's a whole infrastructure to grow and cultivate, identify high potential talent, which they can then bring to the professional leagues, right? If you map that analogy to entrepreneurship, business creation, economic development, right? It's like you need to invest in the ecosystem to kind of get the value out of it. And so that's really what we're trying to do here. So to me, my goal is our hard work and someone ends up going to Y Combinator or some other great, accelerator incubator, like that's a win for me. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. No, and that's, I mean, I think the awareness that ecosystem needs to be developed, like you said, the analogy of someone really being pulled in and a company or individual saying, I want to invest in you, but you're on an island, so creating that and being aware first that you need to create this team in order to drive this forward, you really need to build up that talent. And so I love what you're doing with it. So for you, I mean, the answer is more of get involved, right? Like reach out to your organization or any other organization. Yes. Yeah.
And the other thing is, even if you work for like a large companies have corporate social responsibility dollars. Large companies have specific groups inside. So if you're in a company, your company right now is saying, Black Lives Matter, Juneteenth, yay, go, right? If they're in the region, you could say, hey, I know a place in DC that is what they do. Like I was actually thinking about it today. It's like I wake up every morning and go to sleep every night thinking specifically about how I can have an impact on this community. And so, I feel blessed that I have Clearly Innovative, which I was able to, unfortunately, I had to take the profits out of that company to keep In3 afloat, right? And very often what you find in our communities are that there are folks trying to do good, trying to make a change, but they don't have the financial support that they need to move forward, right? And so, what I ask for folks who are on listening that work, as I said, I work at companies that, are saying they're committed to change and committed to supporting diversity, inclusion, and tech is, have them give me a call, have them take a look at the work we're doing. The amazing thing is that because we're a small organization, we are extremely flexible, right? There's no hierarchy that you need to go through to get approval. You call us, we sit down, we have a sponsorship package, we discuss it, and we just execute a program. It's really that simple. And it's very transparent. You can see the impact of your money. And that's really what it's about for us.
That's awesome. That is awesome. We had another question about gamifying positives of diversity and
as I said, we ran youth summer camps. We were going to incorporate gaming in our youth summer camps. So we get the kids to come because they're interested in gaming, but we talk about entrepreneurship and technology from the aspect and the perspective of gaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then when people see that, I don't want to say it's easy, but when people see there are different entry points into the industry, right? That's how you get more diversity of thought, more diversity of stories, and more diversity of characters, right?
Yes.
If I don't know if this person who asked the question has been following any of the esports leagues now, I mean, you look at the people who are involved, and there's not a lot of black and brown people that are involved, and that needs to change. So, that's definitely something I'm happy to talk about. We've had some panels on it. I speak about it a lot during my interview talks. And that's also a shout out. If there's anybody here that works at a gaming company, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's ways to direct those dollars into the community to have an impact, right? And they give us a call. We're happy to do it. That's when we hosted our game events and our game tournaments, we'd get about 40, 50 people that would show up for our game events. We had a limited budget. We didn't have any backing from any major, game company
Right.
to support us. But these are the things that I tweeted today. It's about outcomes over optics.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
I
don't think we can say that enough, right? I don't think we can say that enough. That's awesome.
The Discord group, everything is IN3DC on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. It's all IN3DC.
IN3DC.
Yes.
Perfect. Let me just check really quickly to see if any more questions came in. And okay, I think we are caught up on our audience questions. I have one final question for you, because I just think like tying this all together, this entire day has been about celebration, education, and really bringing to the forefront, some of the things that's going on in our community that we don't know. Like it hasn't been so much on the history, but more so on, what's going on. So I love your talk. I really will definitely check out your websites and encourage my friends to do the same. One thing you mentioned is you mentioned like you bootstrapped yourself, right? How difficult or challenging was that, right? Like what is one tip that you would give to someone who's doing that today?
If you're married, make sure your wife or husband really, really loves you. I mean, I saw someone else speak about this the other day. Entrepreneurship is hard.
Yes.
Small bit, and I'll even throw that away. Running your own small business is extremely hard. As I mentioned earlier, I wake up thinking about this and I go to bed thinking about this. It's you need to definitely be prepared to make not only the physical sacrifice, the mental sacrifice, and usually a financial sacrifice to find the success that you're looking for, which is critical. I did want to say one more thing before we run out of time, and that touches on what you're saying, and that is what I'm seeing happen now with the Black Lives Matter and the big push to support, people of color, is a lot of money going into social justice causes, right? And I think that is great. But to kind of break it down, it's like, so now I'm not going to get beat up and strangled and shot, right? But I still can't get a bank loan, right? I still can't get support I need for my small business, right? So all of these other challenges still exist. And so I encourage people to, talk to their companies, talk to their friends, talk to their peers, that it's like, look, there's social justice and there's economic justice, right? That it ties back to what I was saying about supporting these, I call myself an ecosystem builder, right? we can put you can't continue to just pump all the money into social justice when there's all these other challenges that exist. There's educational issues. There's so the list goes on, and we need to be aware of all that and not get, as I say, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? We're Black people. We're pretty resourceful,
Yeah.
So yes, we want you to, we want equal justice. But we also want equal economic opportunity, and equal education opportunity, and equal health opportunity, right? And so we need to make sure that we're focusing on all these things simultaneously.
Awesome. Amazing. Thank you so much again, Aaron. I have two pages full of notes here. I appreciate your talk today. I think we have Michael waiting to close this out. But again, really do appreciate it. I know the resources are going to be shared. I'm not sure if someone's sharing that in the chat, but anyone who's looking for information on how to get in contact with Aaron, how to find out more about his business, there we go. The links are again being shared there.
Take a screenshot of the picture, and anyone can hit me up. Also, just to let you know, I'm usually pretty open to 30-minute just chats with people. So if you ping me, I'll send you a link for a 30-minute Calendly Zoom chat if anyone just wants to talk to learn more about the work we're doing.
Awesome. Great to know. Thank you again so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. Okay. Michael, there we go. How are you?
Pretty good. I think I'm backlit, so I'll turn on.
Yes, you are just a little bit. Look like you have some really beautiful gray skies behind you. So this has been an amazing day, honestly, from start to finish. I think with our opening keynote from Danny all the way up through Aaron, it has been filled with so much wisdom, so much information. I know myself personally, I've gotten a lot from it. I've taken probably 5-6 pages of notes here just for me to go back and reflect on. I know you wanted to close out, but before you do that, I want to ask, is there one thing that you felt today was just a major, aha moment, or a major something that you want to emphasize for the folks?
So what's interesting, and I'm going to address that in my closing notes, is that almost every talk could have been about the conference itself. Are you talking?
No, I'm not. It's slowed down.
Oh, okay. So yes, almost all of these talks could have been about how this conference was initialized and started itself, from imposter syndrome, representation, journaling, dealing with gatekeepers. I took a few notes as I was watching. I unfortunately had to pick a stream because there was so much content. We couldn't do it in just one stream. But I think just the feedback that I've been getting off of this is just the realization is that this was very and dearly needed because we didn't have it before. There are other, like I said, other Black technology conferences and other resources. But I think, like I said, my idea was to take this celebration that's already in place and take this movement that is going on and bring us together and make a new platform. And that's one major point I want to bring, that this Juneteenth conference is not just a one-day event. It's a year-round event, and it's a platform, a community that we're definitely focused on building. People are asking, well, why wasn't this here before? We're going to amplify, and we're going to build out, and we're going to bring the community together. One thing I always say is we should stop banging on these doors that are closed to us and open our own. It's fine. I'm not anti-Microsoft or anti-Apple, Google, Facebook. Well, maybe Facebook, but but go there. These are premier companies. We can learn. We can push them further in their efforts to be more diverse and inclusive. But we should also focus on building our own supersized company, technology companies, opening doors for each other and promoting each other. So that's the big vision for what we're doing here. Juneteenth Conf to me is our inaugural ball for the organization that we're forming to basically promote technology careers for Black people. You know, there are students who are 10 miles away from where I live. My girls get to take home laptops. When we transition to online learning, they already had the materials they needed. The school just lets them take them home. And of course, you go across the river to Seattle or across the lake to Seattle, and those type of resources aren't there. We are severely underserving Black students in inner city communities. And I'm going to step on my soapbox for a moment. This is intentional. The move to supporting school funding through localized districts was a way to skirt around the Brown versus Board of Education ruling by the Supreme Court, because the schools were no longer segregated. It's just based on where you're living. Well, at the same time, we had redlining, and Black people weren't allowed to even buy houses in these new developments. Even you read stories about veterans coming home and being refused to buy a house with that new veteran benefit of home financing through the VA. People who served and put their lives on the line for this company were told that they are not enough to buy a house because you're Black. So those two combined to make school districts where I came from just a year ago in Katy, we spent, I think it was $75 million on a football stadium. And you go into Houston and the schools don't even have individually a single school that has that much dedicated to them, let alone a football stadium. So this segregation that continues. More Black people are moving into suburbs and are realizing the benefits. They're doing studies where it's not about your race, but it's about the opportunity given to you. And that when Black people come into these communities, into these enriching school districts, they succeed. That double hump is not about race. That double hump we see in education and results is because of impoverishment. Chicago is a perfect example of how red lines and segregation has created a ghettoized and impoverished inner city. Oprah Winfrey did a special where she brought school students from Naperville, where they had Olympic-sized swimming pool to swim in every day, versus Dunbar Vocational School, where their swimming pool was empty and dirty and unmaintained. They couldn't even use it. So I am so honored that when I had this wild idea to let's do this conference, like I said, at first I didn't even think it would be possible to do it this year, but I reached out. I had imposter syndrome. I didn't know if I could even do this, but I reached out to people. I put a call out to the universe, and the universe responded in kind that this needs to be done. The platform that I was given by Microsoft is what enabled this to happen, because so many people responded internally. But it's not just Microsoft. There were a lot of external respondents, speakers who, I mean, this lineup, this content of speakers that we had today was just outstanding. I knew Danny Thompson had a great story to tell as the originator of the 100 Days with Code movement, but I was floored. I was astounded. He preached. He took us to church. And if you missed it, go back. We'll have the videos up. You can go back and watch them later. But just what happened was that I had this thought, and rather than sinking in my own self-doubt, I said, let's just do it. I put up a landing page where I collected names, and people signed up, and it encouraged me. I put out requests for people to help me bring this to life, and people showed up and showed out and made something that so many people with experience in event planning said, oh, no, we take a year to plan events like this. We did it in 2 weeks from start to finish, from inception to finish. And this result is beyond my wildest dreams. And it's because of those volunteers and you in the community who said, yes, we want this. We have over 2,000 registrants on our site, and so many more showing up in the live stream. So I'm getting contacted by so many people about what we're doing, and this is just the start of it. So I wrote down some notes, and I'm going to riff on them. So forgive me if they're a little up here and there. So first, one thing that happened while I was making this announcement and building this idea is that I was afraid to make a Black space. I was afraid to say, this conference is for Black people and for Black representation and for uplifting Black technologists. I admit myself, I use weasel words like underrepresented people in technology. And I was called out on that by Black women. Put a pin in that. I'm going to talk about this more. We need to support Black women more. As Black men, we need to support Black women more as a country. I was called out on this, and I made a pivot based on what that concern was raised to me. And I said, yeah, you know what? Juneteenth is a Black celebration, and our conference should be a celebration of Black excellence. And I changed our words, and I embraced it. And it was so enlightening for me. This fear of making a Black space, it somewhat blossomed from what kind of legal ramifications would be by us saying this is for Black people. Will someone weasel in and say, hey, that's racist. That's against the federal guidelines of inclusion, or I didn't know what kind of exposure. And frankly, right now, I don't care, because this movement, this shift that we made to be unapologetically Black has created all the more support and representation here. I talked about imposter syndrome, and earlier in the conference, there was an entire track about it. Imposter syndrome comes from a number of elements, and particularly Black people feel it more than other races, because the effect of positioning affirmative action as giving spaces and quotas to Black people who don't deserve it. I got accepted to Williams College out of high school, and believe me, I had to bust my butt off to get that into school. So even while I was there, I felt, what if people look at me and say, oh, he's only here because he's Black? He wouldn't have got in otherwise. And you see this went all the way to the Supreme Court from a student who didn't even qualify to attend UT, let alone was at a level where anyone was promoted above her based on their grades, based on their skin color. This went all the way to the Supreme Court to say, hey, this is why why affirmative action is wrong. And it wasn't even about affirmative action. She didn't qualify. She was offered a path into the school based on, go to another school and we'll let you into UT if you do well. So it was maddening that all of these cries of reverse racism, and that's what made me afraid at first to call this a Black conference, was that I didn't want to deal with that. And then I thought about it. I don't care, because they're going to say that anyway. Okay, representation in technology. That also contributes to our imposter syndrome. If you don't see yourself there, represent it. You can't see yourself there. If there, and part of this conference is to give representation. We have a stellar, again, amazing content, all delivered by Black people who are saying, yeah, you belong here. Shut out all the haters and do what you do. I had an interview with an intern candidate who mentioned to me that I was the first Black person he had seen during his entire candidacy. And this was for an interview for a company I worked for maybe. And that just blew me away. And then I looked around and I said, and these numbers are available publicly, what's the Black representation here? And throughout technology, it's abysmal. You see things like 2%, 3%, and even worse at the manager level. So my thought on that is, how can I pave the road so that the next person behind me won't have to deal with those issues of representation and imposter syndrome going forward as well. And I'm getting incredible support from leadership to do just that. Of course, there are also gatekeepers. We talk about it in tech in general. There are people who think that because they can code well, that they're above you. Prove to me that you belong here. And that's especially difficult in the open source community, where people are saying, how can I fit in and get my foot started? So you've already got the gatekeeper based on technology, and then there's an extra hidden bias that, hey, this new guy, he might not cut it here. And compounded with representation, it's going to be fearful for them to step up and make those first steps. Again, this platform that we're building right now will help with that. We will invite people into the fold. We will tell them that, if coding isn't your thing, there's digital design, there's project management, there's so many other pathways into technology. And that's a message that hasn't been delivered well. And I think we should focus on delivering that message. So another problem in our space is celebrity activist. And I'm not talking about specifically for me, but there are many people who will promote the cause and support the cause for their own glorification. And they get away with this. They keep saying, I'm going to do this. I'm going to build this big old platform and everyone's going to be uplifted by it. And they fail it time and time again and keep getting money to do it. You all know who I'm talking about. We need to stop it. That's why I want this platform to be for us, by us. Finally, I want to talk about our sponsors and our attempt to reach out to people. We took once we started looking at sponsorship, which was very late in the game because we were just trying to get this up and running, We wanted to do it in a very concerted way without just taking any and all money and letting them use our platform for their own promotion. Many of our sponsors that we reached out to also expressed this concern. They didn't want to make this event about them, and they didn't want to have the perception that they were trying to capitalize on this movement that we're doing. So we thank them for thinking it through and thinking about those concerns. We've talked with them, and they're in conversations with us about providing donations to the organization and sponsoring us in the future when they have more time to vet the opportunity to be a part of Juneteenth conference. Okay. Finally, I want to talk about our fundraising. All donations that are made through Eventbrite for the conference, 75% of it will go to our volunteer speakers and our volunteers behind the scene. Again, like I said before, if we're talking about promoting Black excellence, we should talk about promoting Black pay. They should not bear the labor of making this very successful event without compensation as well as we can do. 75% of donations will be distributed to them. They can choose to donate it to their own charity of choice, or they can choose to convert it to cash and use it as they see fit. But I believe they should be compensated for what they're doing. 25% of the donations will go toward the organization and building the platform that we are trying to make, promoting STEM to Black students, promoting STEM to other people. We're still in the process of forming, but the donations are being held on our behalf by the DC Tech Champion community, and we thank them for that support they've given us. We've had such an incredible turnout. Last night, our tech manager told us that we had over 5,000 visitors in one day, and that's after just 2 weeks of promotion. We've had over 2,000 people sign up to join our community. We've had so much response on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and as figurehead, we got interest from journalists who reported on us on Business Insider as well as on Afrotech. And this is just the start of our movement. I want to make this where the next generation of future STEM and technology people have a guided path to a wonderful career and who can build our platform even further. So I wanted to take this opportunity to show the team behind this. And I will take a moment to share the screen. And say hi to the group behind the conference. Is everyone here? Can you see us on the? Okay, so these are just some of the people I was able to gather together to provide a quick representation of the team. Hank Bowman down below is our tech lead. He put together this platform so that we could bring the event to you. Tess DiStefano is the lieutenant. she made sure everything was in line and kept me in order as well. It allowed me really to focus on the big picture and do the things that only I could do while letting the team, keeping the team focus on what they can do best and removing roadblocks for them. And well, Labrina was responsible for herding dogs, as well as bringing in social media and speakers. Those are just a few highlights of it. Kotisha has been an amazing host all day on track one. I love to see her continue hosting the content that we'll be delivering post conference. I'm sorry, everyone. I can say that even if I didn't name someone, those are just highlights, but everyone has been amazing, and we would not have succeeded without an incredible effort by all of them. I am so appreciative of you all. Like I said on Twitter, my job was to take all the blame for the missteps, because the buck does stop here, but it's not about saying what gets done or not. It's about who takes the blame for when I made a decision that turned out wrong. And true leadership is about that. Giving all the credit due to the people who supported this, and taking all the blame for the missteps, because at the end, I am the one who made those decisions that got criticism. Oh, I can't forget Josh Holmes. So you want to know how we got this done? In 2 weeks, we leaned heavily on people who had event planning experience. Josh has done many events, both inside and outside of Microsoft, and his guidance and support helped us make this happen. Again, the one thing that definitely made it possible was that I just did it. I put something up, even though it was janky and obviously I'm not a designer. If you saw our first page when we first went up, it was just something to capture people who were interested. And if I had missed out on that, I would have missed out on a lot of quality volunteers. Valerie, there's so much running through my head, I can't tell what everyone did, but Valerie was always there, always helping, always moving things along, and everyone was as well. I also like to thank the celebrity actors who you saw it before every session, who graced us with her voice and beauty. I have a face for radio, so so she took the front on welcoming everyone to the conference and making sure everyone was aware about the resources that we have here. I am so amazed by the turnout. I am so thankful that so many people have aligned with the message, with the mission that we're having. This is just day one. The videos will be available later, and we look forward to seeing you guys, everybody, tomorrow. I'm trying to get rid of my my Southern dialect. We're looking forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow, and bring a friend or two. Thank you so much, and have a blessed day.